The events in this program are inspired by a true story. Names, dates, and details have been changed. Viewer discretion is advised. On this episode of Bizarre Murders. When a man obsessed with racing muscle cars is found burnt to death in his garage, it looks like a freak accident. But when investigators dig deeper, they discover his death wasn't bad luck.
I told you, I don't know anything.
I think you do.
But part of a sinister plan. Randy just loves his muscle cars. Happiness is a six-pack, good tunes, and working on his V8 engine ahead of the next race. Randy's a fixture on the muscle car drag racing scene. People like him, and he's highly respected for his technical know-how. It's an expensive hobby. Those superchargers and high-performance V8 engines cost a small fortune. So Randy always needs money. And a few years ago, he figured out how to line his coverall pockets with some extra cash. Back in the late 1990s, Randy is running his own mechanic shop. He's got a head for business, and he likes being his own boss. But Randy just isn't making enough money to support his car obsession. So he starts cheating on his business taxes and overbilling his customers. Small amounts, but they add up big time. Tens of thousands of dollars in a few short years. Even so, Randy figures the feds won't notice, and for a while, he gets away with it.
Lots of people have expensive hobbies. Planes, horses, sailing, you name it. In Randy's case, it's muscle cars, a man after my own heart. But people who indulge in these pursuits generally have lots of money. Randy, not so much, even if he is cheating the government.
With his hobby growing and his bills piling up, the pressure on his marriage builds.
I hate coming in here. It's disgusting.
What do you want now?
But I have to talk to you, and I
For
can't
what?
find you at the house. You're never at home anymore. You're
I'm
always
busy.
here. Look, have you opened the mail lately? Have you opened the mail?
I told you
Randy?
not to go through the mail.
Listen, somebody's got to pay attention to where the money's going, Randy, and it's all going out. What is it?
As Kristen pleads and argues with him to sell off parts of his collection, she discovers he actually invested more, renting a second garage.
This is an investment. This whole place is an investment. It's a business.
Oh, this is our future.
This is our future.
Randy, you couldn't get lucky in this thing when you bought it. What makes you think this is going to do anything for you now?
As an FBI agent, I've seen it 1,000 times. You can go from passionate to criminal about something in the blink of an eye. But here's a bit of free advice. If you do need money to pursue your passion, don't rip off the federal government. We take it personally. We will catch you.
Randy's arrested for tax evasion. He pleads guilty and avoids prison, but he's saddled with a whopping $300,000 in fines and back taxes. He's worse off financially than ever before.
After a taste of justice, in other words, getting caught red-handed, some people do get scared straight. Randy might have bet on crime and lost, but at heart, he's still a businessman. He can earn a clean dollar. And now he really has no choice, does he?
It's the early 2000s, and the housing market is booming. Interest rates are low, and the mortgages are practically being given away.
The construction sector has a big problem.
Really?
More demand than can be supplied.
Come on, that's easy.
Randy sees an opportunity. He's good with his hands, and he knows machines.
Oh, I can do that. Jeez, that's easy money.
He goes into the house contracting business, leasing out construction equipment. It turns out he's good at it, and the new business goes gangbusters. Randy can't wait to get back on the street racing circuit, something those back tax payments have put a serious damper on. But Randy's good intentions are no match for the worst economic meltdown in decades. Like millions of Americans, Randy is blindsided by the Great Recession of the late 2000s.
Breaking news. Stocks all over the world are tanking because of a mortgage lender crisis.
After digging himself out of one financial hole,
The Dow is expected to open down 300 to 400 points. It's only going to get worse.
he now finds himself facing complete ruin.
So what are you gonna do now, huh?
But what?
What are your big plans, Randy? How are you gonna fix this?
Fix what?
The fact that we're broke? Now we have nothing. We have less than nothing. We have less than we had the last time I said we had nothing.
Talking about you live in a nice house, you get your hair done, you get your nails done, you got nice clothes.
Well, you don't seem to hear me, Randy, because every time I try and tell you, please stop spending money we don't have, Randy, you don't hear me. And now look where we are. Now look, this has ruined us.
Here's some law enforcement gospel. Money can drive people to do bad things. Surprise. But it's not always greed that motivates them. I mean, sometimes it's good old-fashioned desperation that pushes ordinary people over the edge.
When the fire is put out, responders are confronted with a horrific scene. It appears Randy has had an accident and is burnt to death in his own garage. To Detective Wilson, the responding investigator, it looks like Randy was working when a shelf fell, pushing him down to the concrete floor, where he struck his head and was knocked unconscious.
The unit appears to have knocked the lamps over, which started the fire.
Some guys just can't catch a break. Randy hustled the feds and got pinched. Then he went straight, but his business went bust. But then one day, pow, lit up like a Christmas tree. So you've got a body, you've got the ID, but you still need to make sure it's them. That's really something you don't want to get wrong. That's why the FBI sends agents like me to autopsies. But in this case, the body's burned beyond recognition. You can't even get fingerprints. That means you're left with dental records and DNA.
Hello.
As Detective Wilson takes a closer look at the fire scene, things just aren't adding up.
What? The circuit breakers are all off. There's no way that these lamps had any juice to start a fire.
Investigators also discover traces of a volatile fire accelerant. Not the kind of product you want in a closed space like a garage. Randy would have had no use for it in any case.
Randy was a great mechanic, which means he was a safety-conscious mechanic. So everything's highly suspicious. Investigators now have to wonder if Randy was, in fact, murdered, and if the fire was just a cover-up.
This was no accident.
So if it is a murder, who would want to kill old Randy? I mean, he didn't have any money, and the muscle car scene isn't exactly known for its blood feuds. Besides, everyone liked the guy. So who and why?
In all suspected murder cases, the culprit is often someone close to the victim. Armed with Randy's life insurance policy, Detective Wilson pays Kristen a visit.
Tell me, does that look familiar?
I think I'd remember a $5 million life insurance policy, Detective.
Interesting.
It turns out Randy had taken out a life insurance policy only weeks before the fire. A big one, as in 7 figures big. And the sole beneficiary? Randy's wife, Kristen.
Detective Wilson asks Kristen about the state of their marriage.
Well, we had our ups and downs, like most people. He spent a lot of money we didn't have on his toys.
Excuse me. Hello.
Randy's DNA profile and dental records are in.
All right, I'll be right there. We're not done here.
I have seen my share of grieving widows, and I'm as sympathetic as the next guy. But when your husband's worth millions when dead, be real, that's motive right there. I mean, it's a lot more than the resale value of those toys of his.
Hang on a minute. These are different.
Randy's dental records don't match the teeth from the body. Investigators now have to answer 2 questions. Just whose body is that on the coroner's cooling board? And where is the real Randy?
Detective Wilson checks missing person reports to see if anyone has disappeared recently. If so, it could be a lead on the identity of the John Doe at the morgue. It turns out someone has disappeared. A 22-year-old local man named Keith. His sister had reported him missing only a few days before.
Thank you for coming in. I understand your brother's missing?
I have no idea where he is. That's a picture of him. He took some job with some local contractor. He was trying to save money for school. Also, he never sends texts, and look. He always calls, and he just said he was leaving town. We live together. He would never do something like this.
You know, it's not a crime to go missing, and if you're of age, the police aren't even obligated to look for you. But if the circumstances of your disappearance are suspicious, well, that all changes. Then we step in. And in the case of this young man, Keith, the circumstances are a little more than iffy. Sure, it could be a coincidence that he vanished the day after he showed up for the job, but honestly, cops don't believe in coincidence. We believe in evidence.
Detective Wilson takes a DNA sample from Keith's sister to compare with the DNA from the body. And it's a match. The body they pulled out of Randy's garage is actually Keith.
When times get tough, most people put on a brave face and get on with it. Not Randy. He thinks if he plays dead, his problems will just go away. But Randy, it ain't that easy. To pull it off, Randy needs a stand-in, someone whose cadaver people will think is actually him. Someone whose identity he can steal. Someone like Keith.
With the clock ticking, Detective Wilson launches a massive manhunt.
Be on the lookout for a white male, 6 feet, 200 pounds, early 50s, brown hair, maybe driving the victim's car. Tag 647.
Within an hour, Randy's photo is all over the news, along with the description of Keith's car. Detective Wilson questions Randy's wife, Kristen, again.
All right, Kristen, no more fooling around. See this? This is a search warrant.
And this time, he doesn't hold back.
Kid is dead. And you were going to tell me everything that happened to him right now.
I told you I don't know anything.
I think you do. This is evidence.
No,
I'm
you
seizing
can't.
it.
Please.
This says I can. Wait a minute. These dates. Is that Randy? Your dead husband? Sending you emails from the great beyond?
Emailing your supposedly dead husband. Really? Not the best move, Kristen.
Even with the email evidence, it's not helping police find Randy, who is still at large. But widespread news coverage of the case prompts a witness to come forward. A witness named Jim.
Can I help you?
Detective Wilson,
Yes, I'm Wilson.
the guy you're looking for, the guy all over the
What
news,
guy?
Randy, that guy in the picture. I know him.
You know this guy?
I was the person that Randy wanted to murder.
Well, I gotta tell you, you do look an awful lot alike.
Jim's claim that he was Randy's original choice of victim now makes perfect sense.
All right. Where did you first meet him?
Jim tells Detective Wilson that he answered an ad that someone was looking for help with some odd jobs around the house. And that someone was Randy.
Hi, Jim. Good to see you again.
Good to see
How
you.
are you?
Good, good.
Thanks for coming.
Hey, my pleasure.
Great.
And he asked me to do some work in his yard or help some stuff around the house.
Odd jobs? All right, yeah.
And he had this large application, 8 or 9 pages. and
9 pages?
Very specific questions about my height, my weight.
Tattoos. Yeah, I might have a big heart on my ass. Come on,
Well,
man.
I don't want to see that, but
Whoa. Bank card number?
Wait a minute. Are you telling me on this job application he asked you for your PIN number?
Yes.
What kind of job application asks for your measurements and your bank card access code? Not even the FBI application is that detailed. I'm thinking Randy is casing Jim as a body double and wants to get his appearance down pat. See, Randy needs a lookalike to fake his own death and get his wife to cash in on that $5 million life insurance policy. That's a good chunk of change to start a new life with.
All right.
we appreciate you coming by.
Talk to you later.
Okay,
Bye.
absolutely. See you after.
Get this, on the day Jim is supposed to show up, he sleeps in. You see a lot of close calls in my business, but this is one for the books. And so, how does Keith come in to take Jim's place? Well, Randy's careful. He wanted a backup plan in case things went south with Jim. So Randy offered Keith some pickup work too, essentially putting him on call for his own death. And when Jim flaked out, Keith got that call.
Detective Wilson works up a scenario explaining what happened to Keith that night.
Well, so thanks for stopping by. What I thought we'd do today is we'd give this one a quick tune-up. I got a guy coming by later. He's interested in buying it.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Great. So if you grab me that monkey wrench off the back bench there.
Sure, just the one on the shelf there?
You got her. We can get started, and we'll be good to go.
Cool, sounds good to me.
Randy chloroforms Keith to avoid evidence of a struggle. He switches IDs with Keith. And then takes his car keys. douses the scene with accelerant, and lights it up. With the manhunt for Randy in high gear, Detective Wilson gets a call from an eagle-eyed patrol officer.
Wilson.
The officer says he's noticed the same car parked outside a motel on his patrol route for days. No one stays at that motel for more than a couple of hours, and the plates are a match for Keith's car.
Okay, I know the place. Don't do anything, stay right there. I'll be right there.
Detective Wilson races to the motel where Randy's been holed up.
Randy, it's Detective Wilson. I just want to talk.
Get lost.
Your wife, Kristen, she's very worried about you.
Why, is she here?
She's waiting at home. Listen, we just need to settle this peacefully.
I told you to get lost.
Randy, put the gun down. I'm serious. Don't make this any worse.
Randy's problem was always money. A lust for money drove him to cheat the government. A lack of money made him desperate enough to try and cash in on his own death. Randy thought he could leave his messed up life behind like so much dust in his rearview mirror. He didn't care if he killed someone to do it. He went from tax cheat to killer, and in the end, he was a coward. He took the easy way out.
And what about Kristen? The family of the victim sued Kristen in a civil suit, where it was found that she had conspired in the scheme to collect on her husband's $5 million insurance policy.
As for Jim, that was one job he was glad to sleep through. But he'll never shake how close he came to being Randy's very dead ringer. There's a nifty word for faking your own death. We call it pseudocide. And you'd be surprised by how often people try it. But if you ever feel like leaving it all behind and starting over, here's an idea. Don't whack anyone in the process.
The events in this program are inspired by a true story. Names, dates, and details have been changed. Viewer discretion is advised. On this episode of Bizarre Murders, Happy Days, a sleepy seaside town with a population of 1,300. Its only major crime, an attempted bank robbery back in the 1990s.
Hazel?
But on March 12th, 2012, a crime is committed that is so horrific, it shakes the community right to the bone.
Dispatch, we got a homicide.
Nestled in the rocky shorelines of the East Coast, Happy Days is an idyllic seaside town known for its world-class seafood chowder. This tight-knit community prides itself as being a real get-to-know-you kind of place. Hazel is an 80-year-old widow who lives with her 17-year-old cat, Minou. She loves mystery novels, needlepoint, her weekly game of pinochle, and port. Brenda is a volunteer who delivers meals to the elderly, like Hazel. Concerned for Hazel's well-being, Brenda calls 911 to report a possible break-in.
Hello, police.
Most criminals aren't professionals, so they look for the path of least resistance. They tend to prey on the weak. And an elderly woman like Hazel, who's frail and partially blind, is a perfect target.
Hello? Hazel? Anybody home? Hello? Hazel?
Hazel's body has been bludgeoned repeatedly, a deep cavity cut through her chest, and her heart removed.
If my years at the FBI have taught me anything, this might be a ritualistic killing. What the murderer did to Hazel, though, goes well beyond what's needed to simply kill somebody. This was what we call overkill, and it was executed for a very dark and twisted purpose.
Investigators go over the crime scene with a fine-toothed comb. And discover that the broken glass from the window has the top of a footprint left behind. On a different piece of broken glass, the investigators identify dried blood. The intruder may have cut themselves on the way in through the window.
It looks like a lip print.
So somebody drank the blood from the pan. Thirsty much? My guess is that it wasn't the victim. This is further evidence that it was a ritual killing. And I'm pretty sure we're dealing with a seriously twisted whack job who's into a lot more than just Dungeons and Dragons.
The blood evidence is sent for testing. If forensics can identify the DNA from the blood, it may lead them to Hazel's killer. The footprint left behind is processed in the hopes of finding a match for the shoe.
For a small-town community like Happy Days, a murder like this is nothing short of shocking. I mean, this is the stuff ripped straight from a Hollywood horror film. The good people of Happy Days' biggest worries are usually bike theft and petty vandalism. But a gruesome ritual killing of a sweet little 80-year-old woman, that's scary stuff. And the local police need to be careful about releasing the details of the murder. First, they don't want to create panic, but second, only the murderer will know the details, and they don't want to blow their case.
The forensics team identify the specific pair of shoe based on the unique pattern, a size 10 running shoe, and once the DNA results from the crime scene are processed, they reveal a key piece of information. While the majority of the blood from the scene is Hazel's, the blood found on the broken piece of glass from the back window belongs to a male.
The investigators now have two big-time leads. They know the make of the shoe, and they know they're looking for a male. Now, Happy Days has a population of 1,300, so that narrows down the focus and makes it a little easier than, let's say New York City. The killer also is more likely not an elderly citizen based on the physical power they exercise over Hazel. But with a ritual killing like this, motivation is much more difficult to identify, and creating an accurate profile of the killer is far more important than in your typical murder case.
The police have identified the blood found at the scene as male and a footprint belonging to a specific brand of sneaker. Armed with these key pieces of evidence, they begin to search for the killer. The local police have never dealt with a major crime, much less a ritualistic murder. So a behavioral psychologist is brought in to help create a profile of the killer.
Behavioral psychologists bring a deeper understanding of the human psyche to cases like this. And that's exactly what we need here, because we're not dealing with your run-of-the-mill gun-toting murderer. We're dealing with someone who removed a human heart and drank the blood. And while I'm no profiler, that tells me we're dealing with someone with a pretty extreme, well, let's just say, imagination.
The behavioral psychologist concludes that the person they're looking for has a strong interest in the occult and witchcraft. They're also more than likely a loner, withdrawn and private. Armed with a profile that they're looking for a male loner with an interest in the occult who was wearing a size 10 running shoe, police launch a manhunt. They canvass the town and surrounding area, retrieving DNA samples from every male between the ages of 18 to 65.
The good people of Happy Days are only too happy to help the investigators out. With a vicious killer on the loose, people are living in a state of fear, and the sooner the police can catch this killer, the sooner they can sleep easy.
5 days after Hazel's murder, the usually sleepy town of Happy Days is rocked by another shocking death. A fishmonger named Glenn sets himself on fire and jumps from the top of a lighthouse. The police learn from Glenn's girlfriend that he suffered from bouts of depression that sometimes resulted in violent outbursts. The media jumps all over the story, going as far as suggesting that Glenn killed Hazel and was so torn up with guilt that he killed himself. Turns out, the lighthouse where Glenn committed suicide is only a few miles away from where Hazel lived, which gives police cause to search his home. They find a suicide note and a passage from the Bible that references a heart.
My son, give me your heart and let your eyes delight in my ways.
So an old woman has her heart cut out, and there's this guy whose suicide note specifically references the heart. Well, if that isn't a coincidence, then I don't know what is.
Police collect all of Glenn's shoes to see if any of them are a match with the footprint found at the crime scene.
Shoe prints can act like fingerprints. With running shoes, there's a specific pattern to each and every sole, and in a small town where less shoes are sold, this can really narrow a search. Plus, when shoes are worn down or scarred or cut, they create a specific pattern on the sole unique to each person's instep and walking style. If they can match the sole of one of Glenn's shoes to the footprint found at the crime scene, then bam, they found their man.
But none of Glenn's shoes match the print found at the scene. They extract DNA from Glenn's burnt body in the hopes of making a connection. But no evidence is found, and the DNA doesn't match. The search of his home didn't yield a weapon or anything else tying him to Hazel's murder.
Even though it's frustrating for both the local police and the people of Happy Days, Glenn is eliminated as a suspect. Sure, it would have been great if we could have pinned the murder on him, but that wouldn't have stopped the killings. And law enforcement, things are rarely that cut and dry. It's back to the drawing board for the good guys, and with no other suspects, the investigators are going to have to start thinking way out of the box.
Investigators are running out of time and strategies. Police refocus their investigation on who could have purchased the specific type of running shoe that the killer wore. There's only one store within 50 miles that sells this brand of running shoe worn by the killer. Roughly 57 pairs of that shoe were ever sold in the store. Police track the purchasers through the debit and credit sales. They question everyone who purchased a size 10 shoe and take DNA samples. But all of the alibis check out, and none of the DNA is a match with what they found at the crime scene.
Detective James cannot catch a break. Every lead is a dead end. This is when you look into your little investigator's toolbox and use whatever you've got that might help you break a case.
With no options left, the police decide to reveal the grisly details of the crime to the media in an effort to stir up more leads.
The media can be a great tool. You'd be surprised how many people know things that they don't realize are actually significant leads. Like, let's say, knowing a guy with an overly active interest in vampires.
A French au pair named Margot comes forward and tells the investigators about an incident a few months prior.
His name is Alex.
Alex?
Yeah.
Margot met Alex at a party.
Here, I'll take it back.
They got to talking about a shared love of vampire fiction.
I mean, what if you could be one? Like a vampire, right? Like you
That would be amazing.
you do it, right?
He started going on and on that Happy Days would be the perfect place for vampires to live because with so many old people, they'd have tons of easy victims to feed on.
Okay, and then what happened after that?
He just wanted me to bite him in the neck.
You could bite my neck. Maybe that, just to get things started.
No. He just kept saying, just one bite, just one bite. No, I'm not going to bite your neck.
He started begging her to bite him.
No, get off me, you freak!
But Alex just wouldn't take no for an answer.
Just one bite? Oh, come on. Let me get this straight. There's a local kid who is obsessed with vampires. He thinks that Happy Days is the perfect hunting ground because they can prey on the elderly and drink their blood. Then he gets so excited that he tries to force the girl to bite his neck. Okay, then.
And he tried to make me bite his neck.
Margot called the police, but she ultimately decided not to press charges.
Friends.
When Margot saw the news report of an elderly woman who had been stabbed, her heart removed and blood drained, she figured she should speak with authorities.
So it's pretty clear that Detective James and her team need to track down this vampire-obsessed kid and stat. He's the best lead they've got by a country mile.
Alex is 18, loves all things vampire, and wants to be an animator when he grows up. He had a regular childhood, but 4 years ago, his world was torn apart when his mother died of breast cancer. Alex was terribly affected and had difficulty accepting the tragedy of his mother's death. Alex retreats into his own fantasy world of vampires. He imagines himself as a romantic incubus, capable of drinking human blood and living for eternity amongst his fellow vamps. On the heels of Margot's story, the police question Alex.
How well would you say that you know the victim, Hazel?
I don't know anyone called Hazel.
Alex, Hazel's property was one of the few in the neighborhood where you mowed the lawn.
Alex's father reminds him that he's been there as recently as a couple of weeks before the murder.
That's right, I forgot.
So you do know the victim?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
It's of significant interest that Alex knew the victim and had access to her. In layman's terms, that's what we call opportunity.
Police request to see all of the shoes that Alex owns. The investigators hit pay dirt when they uncover the same type and brand of running shoe that was worn by the killer.
Let's get forensics on this. So see how this is worn right here, and it's worn in the exact same spot right there?
When the soles of Alex's sneakers are compared against the print found at the crime scene, they're an exact match.
The investigators have an arrest, which in this case is a massive step forward. But what they really need is concrete evidence connecting Alex to Hazel's murder, and time is running out. And here's the rub. They only have 48 hours to find that evidence, or the kid walks free.
Gotta find something or we gotta let him go, so.
When investigators search Alex's room, they find sketchbooks filled with dark, beastly images that indicate an obsession with vampires and the occult that goes far beyond the ordinary. On his computer, they find links to pages about drinking blood and black mass. Then, police finally hit the mother lode.
What?
They find a vampire figurine with dried blood all over it. It's immediately sent to forensics for DNA testing.
Alex's obsession is a serious red flag. You think, this is an unhealthy mind at work, but here's the thing. While the drawings and search histories are incriminating and really pretty cheesy if we're being honest, it's all still just circumstantial evidence. The investigators need more to put him away. They need a smoking gun.
The DNA found on the figurine belongs to Hazel. And Alex's DNA swab taken after his arrest matches the DNA found on the broken window at the scene of the crime.
I love the grind of good old-fashioned police work. You canvass the neighborhood and talk to each and every person. You're looking for something, anything. Sometimes you don't know what it is, but you don't stop. You turn over every stone you can, and then, boom, you get a lead like Margot's, and the case suddenly has legs. Now the question turns to, how did Alex do it?
Alex waited patiently outside Hazel's home the night he came to kill her. He knows that Hazel lives alone because he mows her lawn. And he knows she has a habit of listening to the radio very loudly. Alex pulls Hazel's unconscious body to the floor. Then, he starts on the grim task of getting what he came for. An old lady's heart.
I'm gonna live forever.
Alex was a perfectly normal kid with a clean record. So how'd he get to the place where he could kill a little old lady? Ultimately, I just don't think he could accept his mother's unexpected death. I mean, suddenly the world of vampires and immortality speaks to him. Maybe he just didn't want to die himself. Or maybe he was angry and wanted revenge.
Alex is charged with the murder of Hazel, a mere half hour before they would have had to release him. He's found guilty and sentenced to life in prison.
For some, the line between fantasy and reality can be razor thin. That line is called sanity. An otherwise well-adjusted kid couldn't deal with the trauma of his mother's death, so he tried to create a fantasy world that would let him escape. But it didn't work. Vampires aren't real, and if you drink somebody's blood, hey, you're not gonna live forever. Alex had to learn the hard way that nobody escapes reality. Nobody.
The events in this program are inspired by a true story. Names, dates, and details have been changed. Viewer discretion is advised. On this episode of Bizarre Murders, wealthy expats Adam and Talia are living the beautiful life. But when cracks start to appear in their picture-perfect marriage, things get very ugly. Police will have to sift through a mass of secrets and lies
What are you doing?
to unearth the foul truth. Dubai. Ultra-modern, ultra-rich, and ultra-crowded. There are over 2 million people, with a big community of expats living the high life.
Expat communities are strange places. You've got professionals that make a nice living in the West, but then you get someplace like Dubai, and you're launched into a whole nother stratosphere. Fancy digs, fancy schools, lots of servants. On the surface, it looks like the beautiful life. But a lot of money doesn't mean bad things can't happen.
I'm just so worried he's been gone for 2 days. This is what he looks like.
How long have you been married?
10 years.
Canadian expat Talia's rich engineer husband Adam has been missing for 2 days. They met over a decade ago on winter break while they were both poor grad students.
So then I was coming down and this girl, boom, right into me.
Adam is immediately attracted to this outgoing and feisty girl, while Talia is impressed with Adam's smarts and ambition. They get married soon after they meet and move into Adam's tiny student apartment. While he studies for his master's in engineering, Talia drops out of grad school and works 2 jobs to support them.
Like the saying goes, behind every successful man is a woman. Talia is giving up her own dreams of becoming an architect and pinning them on her husband's future. Romantic? Well, maybe. Sacrifices are all well and good, but as time goes by, resentments can rear their ugly head. My advice? Consider a prenup.
Upon graduation, Adam lands a job at a world-class engineering firm, and they can finally stop living like poor students. They're able to buy their first house and start a family.
Hi.
How are my girls?
Oh, she's doing so great.
Oh, bye. I love you guys.
We'll see you soon.
All
Love
right,
you too.
Take care.
Bye.
Adam works his way up and is eventually headhunted by a rival firm who transfer him to Dubai. Here, he's overseeing massive construction projects. It's the opportunity of a lifetime. Once in Dubai, Adam and Talia are launched into a completely different world than they've ever known before. Adam's salary is extravagant, and they live in a luxury apartment complex. Talia's daily life is now a whirlwind of spa treatments, expensive lunches, and shopping sprees.
I know what you're thinking. Nothing wrong with success and money. I get it. But a whole lot of money all of a sudden has a way of bringing out the worst in people. Some deal with newfound wealth by spending it like it's going out of style, while others become obsessed with holding on to it.
After a few years, Adam becomes a senior executive. His salary doubles, but so does his workload, meaning he spends less and less time at home with his wife and child.
So he's a workaholic and she's a shopaholic. Sounds like a perfect match, huh? But it's a slippery slope. Talia isn't getting what she needs from her hubby, so she's looking for a way to feel better, and there's nothing like the rush of retail therapy. And Adam's so obsessed with success that he's letting his entire family down. It is bound to come to a head sooner or later.
Things haven't been good for a while. He's just working so much, and things just started getting kind of rough.
Rough? What do you mean?
Talia tells the police that she and Adam were having troubles. He was drinking more heavily.
Hey.
But more disturbing was that he had become more and more controlling.
Talia, I warned you.
What?
Look at this credit card bill. It's atrocious.
What am I supposed to do? You're gone all the time.
Oh,
I'm
man.
sick of it. You know what? I'm done.
No, I'm done with you.
The last time they were together, they had an argument about money, and Adam became violent. Talia claims her husband left after he assaulted her. She thought he went out to cool off, but he never came home.
Do you want to press charges?
No. Just find him.
Police look into Adam's disappearance. They find out that Adam hasn't been to work on site for 2 days. Colleagues are aware that he and Talia have been experiencing marital problems and wonder if Adam moved out. But when police check hotels, he's nowhere to be found. They check all the local hospitals, but there's no sign of Adam. They also discover he hasn't used his credit card in a few days, and there's no evidence that he's left the country.
It's possible Adam doesn't want to be found, and he's covered his trail. He's rich enough to do that. But you also got to look at the person's patterns of behavior. This is a guy who practically lives at work, and if he's not there, you got to consider he might have met with foul play. So where do you start looking? You start where he was last seen.
Police question Adam and Talia's maid about her whereabouts on the night Adam disappeared.
Well, it was actually my night off, so I wasn't working. I spent the night at a friend's house.
And is there anything strange you noticed a day or two before he disappeared?
No, nothing too strange.
It's a dead end. The detective also questions employees at Adam and Talia's apartment complex, but no one has seen Adam. While in the utility room, the detective catches a whiff of something suspicious. Inside the room, he's hit with the overpowering smell of something rotting.
During investigations in the FBI, I've been in some stinky situations, literally. Nothing like going through a sewage drain or a garbage dumpster to make your day. We used to call those trash covers. I can't say you get used to it, but it's part of the job. Talk about following your nose. This could have been just rotting garbage. But as an investigator, when something's off, you check it out. And this was not a waste of time. From the decomposition, I'd say Adam has been dead for at least a few days. Right around the time his wife said she last saw him.
Now the police have found Adam's body. They need to find out how it got in the utility room.
Bro, slow, man.
According to the maintenance logs, the day shift workers brought the box down to the utility room 4 days before.
Bro, what are you doing, man?
It's heavy, it's heavy.
Let's go, man.
Detective Abdullah learns that Tally is the one who asked to store something in the utility room. Talia's claim that Adam assaulted her and disappeared after a fight is now in question. She goes from frantic wife to prime suspect in his death. When police search Talia and Adam's apartment, they find traces of blood in the bedroom.
Hiding evidence in plain sight? Not very smart. Talia's had plenty of time to get rid of it and clean up. But what would she tell the hired help? And heaven forbid that she would clean up after herself. Money does change people, huh? It would appear that Talia was involved in Adam's death, but what exactly happened? That's the million-dollar question.
I did it.
Talia admits to killing Adam.
He was hurting me all the time. You have to believe me. I was scared.
But she claims it was in self-defense.
I was scared to tell the police.
She didn't tell police the entire story before. She says Adam had been abusing her for years.
Domestic abuse has nothing to do with status. Rich or poor, it can happen in any relationship. An abused woman can be really great at covering up the state of their violent marriage, so even people close to them are unaware of it.
Talia tells police that on the outside, their marriage looked happy. But in reality, it was all a sham. According to Talia, Adam was consumed with his job and never home. When he was around, he was abusing alcohol.
I thought you stopped drinking.
Really? This again?
You need to stop.
Or else what?
You need to stop. It's for your own good.
You can't tell me what to do. But I can tell you.
He was getting worse, and she was worried sick for her kid and herself.
Talia, what is this? Do you have any idea how much money you're spending?
She says that he was fixated on money and monitored her spending to the cent.
I warned you.
And one night, he went berserk.
What are you doing? Adam, what are you doing?
She says that when Adam chased her with the golf club, she had no choice but to defend herself.
But the books.
I don't remember the box. I don't remember.
Not remembering what you did after a traumatic event isn't unusual. Dissociative amnesia is a known stress response for victims of abuse. The brain literally shuts out what it can't handle. You always want to give the alleged victim of abuse the benefit of the doubt. But right now, we only have Talia's word against that of a dead man. Police need to figure out if it all adds up.
Police learn that Talia is the sole beneficiary of her husband's $20 million estate.
They're married with a kid, so it's no surprise she's his heir. But is that motive enough for murder? I mean, why not just divorce him and get her half? But for an abuse victim, leaving your husband is not always easy, especially if there's a kid involved. But if this is actually premeditated murder, all I can say is Talia, she's playing the long game. She has to convince everyone that she was the real victim.
When they go through Adam's accounts, police learn that he'd installed spyware to track Talia's emails and spending, and hired a private investigator who's dug up some pretty damning evidence.
A guy has to be pretty controlling and paranoid to spy on his wife and have her followed. So Talia's claim of being a victim, well, that's looking good. But she's having an affair, which doesn't look so good. But it's not unusual for an unhappy spouse to go looking outside the marriage for attention they're craving. The lover may not be a new designer purse, but he's something. Police need to find Loverboy and figure out whether or not he's involved in Adam's unfortunate demise.
Police go through Talia's cell phone records and learn that her lover's name is Brody, but he's no local. He lives in Canada. They met during Talia's regular trip back with the kid to escape the suffocating summer heat of Dubai.
Wow, thank you very much. I'm gonna try these on.
Yeah.
Wow, I love them.
Good. I'm so
Wow,
glad.
thank you very much.
No surprise, he loved them. But who wouldn't love $1,500 designer sunglasses and a rich girlfriend who's starving for a little bit of affection? And the bonus? The husband is halfway around the world. Sounds like a perfect setup. Only Adam's no regular husband.
According to the PI, Adam was infuriated to find out his wife was having an affair and lavishing him with expensive gifts. He sets out to take care of the situation.
Honey, please. We can fix this.
We've tried.
We've come so far. I'm a changed person. Please give us another shot. For the family.
Smooth move, Romeo. If Adam is an abusive husband, this is a classic ploy. Ask for forgiveness, kiss and make up, but it's all a control thing. Let's see how long the honeymoon period lasts.
Adam and Talia go to counseling and work on their marriage. Adam promises to be a better husband and father, and Talia promises to cut ties with her lover.
Adam, when are you coming to bed?
I've got work to do.
But soon, Adam is back to his old workaholic ways. And Talia turns back to Brody for comfort.
So Adam never removed the spyware from his wife's devices, and she never severed ties with Brody. There is not a whole lot of trust going on here. And you know what they say, once you lose trust in a marriage, things are gonna get ugly.
So was it murder for money and a new life with Brody? Or was it self-defense?
We have two versions of events. So how do we cut through the secrets and lies and get to the truth? Well, there's this handy tool called science.
The autopsy reveals that Adam was stabbed 8 times. Each wound was deep enough to kill him. It shows that he was lying down when attacked. The autopsy also reveals extremely high levels of sedatives in Adam's body when he died, and a green liquid in his stomach.
Now, this shoots Talia's claim that Adam attacked her right out of the water. The maid was out for the night, so Talia was alone with Adam. It's likely that she drugged him and bam, cleaned his clock for real. So while fingers point to Talia as her husband's killer, the cops still need to make it stick. And for that, they need to trace the drugs back to the loving wife.
When forensics sweeps Talia's personal laptop, they find some suspicious internet searches.
Toxicology report. How do you explain that?
I don't know what this is.
Internet search history. Drugs? Overdoses? What about that?
When she's questioned about her search history for drugs, Talia breaks down.
I told you what I had to deal with. These are mine. They're my pills.
Talia tells police she was so despondent about her marriage and the abuse that she contemplated taking her own life with prescription pills.
Even though the evidence is looking more and more damning, Talia's got a plausible explanation for everything. Abused wife or black widow? That's the $64,000 question.
With Talia sticking to her plausible story of self-defense, the police are stuck. But then, police catch an unexpected break when the maid comes into the station.
So what do you have for me?
Well, Mr. Adam and Mrs. Talia, they were having marital problems, but Mr. Adam was never abusive, though, never violent.
Now knowing her employer's deceased and not simply missing, she volunteers more information on what she saw days before the murder. Adam was filing for divorce, but his lawyer accidentally had the draft documents sent to their home.
This came for you.
Jerry! No. Once Talia found out about the divorce, she was quite upset.
Okay then, that lawyer has some splaining to do. No secret that divorce brings out the worst in people. Conscious uncoupling is a fairy tale. Resentments flare up and people do extreme things to get back at each other. She sacrificed for him, and now that he's at the top of the ladder, he's leaving her behind. And she's one desperate housewife.
Shannon tells police that after drinking his regular kale chia seed smoothie that Talia insisted on preparing that day, Adam became so tired and woozy that he had to take a nap.
Talia had Shannon serve her hubby a smoothie laced with enough drugs to fell an elephant. Yes, what kind of person would poison their husband? Well, one that's dead set on winning the breakup, that's who.
I did love you.
Apparently, Talia called Loverboy 30 times the next day just to hear his voice. She might have used her time more productively and concocted a more foolproof alibi. Shannon tells the cops her employers had arguments, but Adam never abused anyone.
Based on the maid's additional information, police arrest Talia. She's later convicted of murder and sentenced to 25 years in prison.
According to his PI, Adam suspected that his wife might have been trying to poison him for months. But when the PI urged him to get tested, he said he felt guilty about his suspicions. He didn't think Talia was capable of such a thing. So what did we learn? Try not to take the people you love for granted, because you never know what someone is capable of, even your nearest and dearest. And kale chia smoothies aren't always as healthy as they look.
The events in this program are inspired by a true story. Names, dates, and details have been changed. Viewer discretion is advised. On this episode of Bizarre Murders,
Eccola qua.
Angelica and her husband Manny live a comfortable life in a close-knit Italian neighborhood. Until a violent, random act leaves her husband lying in a hospital bed.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
With the perpetrator at large, investigators quickly launch a statewide manhunt. But as detectives close in on the culprit, an unlikely clue leads them to a two-faced killer with a penchant for pasta. Staten Island, New York, 2009.
Aiutami, help me!
Ma'am, I need you to calm down.
Sei pazzo! How can I calm down? A man just came into our house and threw something in my husband's face!
Just stay calm, ma'am.
Angelica makes a panicked call to police to report an attack on her husband Manny.
It's burning! His skin is falling off!
Ma'am, please stay
It's
calm.
gonna be okay, honey.
Ma'am, paramedics will be on their way.
Grazie, thank you.
Manny is admitted to the hospital and treated for third-degree burns to the face.
Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us.
Mio fratello.
His brother Mario rushes to his side.
Are you okay? What happened to you?
Angelica and Manny have been happily married for 5 years. He works as a real estate agent, and she's a veterinary technician. In their free time, there's nothing that makes them happier than baking. But as time goes on, Manny becomes more focused on work than his wife. Angelica begins to feel neglected and more than a little bit lonely. The day of the attack, Angelica once again tries to capture Manny's attention.
Eccola qua.
Bellissime. Grazie.
She's prepared his favorite meal, spaghetti and meatballs.
Perfetto.
Vino?
Sì, grazie.
Just as they're sitting down to dinner, a masked man breaks into their house and throws a bottle of acid right in Manny's face.
Over the course of my career, I've seen very few cases where acid is used as a weapon. But when I do see it, it immediately tells me one thing. This was not a random attack. The likelihood that this has been done by a stranger is almost zero. Think about it. The perpetrator is not trying to kill the victim. He's trying to maim him for life, a permanent and painful injury that will last until the day he dies. And that tells us two things about the criminal. One, this attack is personal. And two, they could benefit from a few anger management classes.
And blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us.
The prayers of an overwrought Angelica are suddenly interrupted.
I'm Detective Simon. How are you? Hey, how you doing?
Hello, Detective.
He asks her to recount the previous night's events.
You were there when the incident occurred?
I was, yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes. We were sitting at home. I hear a bang at the door. Someone walks in, throws acid in his face.
Okay. Does Manny have any enemies you know of?
No, none. Everyone loves Manny.
Any business deals gone bad?
Angelica can't think of a person in the world that would want to hurt Manny this way.
Is that your husband?
Oh, yes. That's my Manny.
Handsome guy.
Wasn't he?
Thank you very much.
But Manny's brother Mario has more to add to Angelica's story.
Detective.
Hey, yes.
Mario.
How are you?
I'm no good, huh?
What's wrong?
Angelica, man, I don't trust her.
He knows for a fact that Angelica has been two-timing Manny with some dude from Long Island.
Something is not good. Something's going on.
You have my card.
All right.
If I had $1 for every love triangle I've seen over my career, well, you know how that goes. A lover killing their rival is nothing new in my world. But what is new, and I really do appreciate the originality, is that he didn't kill the husband, he just maimed him. So it gets you wondering, what's going on in the mind of this jealous lover? Mark my words, where there's smoke, there's fire, and you smell that? There's definitely smoke here.
Angelica, why don't you tell me what really happened?
What do you mean, what really happened?
Detective Simon confronts Angelica about her brother-in-law's accusation that she's been having an affair.
It's not true.
He tells me he's got evidence.
But when the detective presses her,
Okay, fine.
Angelica spills the beans.
Manny's been very distant lately. He's never around. I started having an affair with my masseuse, Lorenzo.
She claims she's tried to break it off, but he's blackmailing her, threatening to reveal the affair to Manny by sending him lewd photos of her.
Any more?
At this point, Lorenzo the lover has jumped to the top of the suspect list. But the question is, what the heck is this guy thinking?
Where can I find this Lorenzo?
By maiming Manny and blackmailing Angelica, he's only succeeded in driving her back to her husband. Wild guess, but I don't think that's the result he was looking for.
Detective Simon does a background check on Angelica's boyfriend, Lorenzo. He learns that this handsome 33-year-old masseuse is not all that he's cracked up to be. Lorenzo has falsified his documents for his massage therapy license, only completing the first year of a 3-year program.
When you find out your #1 suspect has also committed fraud, it makes you feel like you've won the lottery. But I wouldn't go spending the money just yet, because it doesn't necessarily mean that Lorenzo is the culprit. It just means that we found ourselves a guy who's not willing to color within the lines.
Hello, this is Detective Simon. I'm looking for your son.
I know I shouldn't be judgmental, but frequently I am, so there you go.
When do you expect him back in, sorry?
When you see a 30-year-old man living with mommy and daddy, you start to form a profile of the guy. And by profile, I mean an opinion that goes something like this: fraudster, blackmailer, mama's boy. And that's a real winner in my book. And by winner, I mean that he's a good suspect.
Could you just let him know that I called?
Unable to track down their prime suspect, Lorenzo, who Detective Simon believes to be dangerous, they put out a bolo.
BOLO stands for Be on the Lookout. Basically, Lorenzo's a wanted man, and every cop in the state is now looking for him. And the only way he's getting away is if he's 10 times smarter than the cops. And, well, listen, if you flunk out of massage school, I think we both know Lorenzo's odds.
Brother, you're good thirsty, yeah? Let's get a drink.
Angelica and Mario face off at Manny's bedside, both believing they have his best interests at heart.
All right, easy. Watch his face. He's got acid all over it. Ah, spaghetti and meatballs. You having to make your favorite meal, eh? Oh, brother, look at this. All right, you can tell me how good it is, huh? You ready? Want a bite?
I can't eat that. I'm a vegetarian.
This guy still got a sense of humor, huh?
I'm serious. I can't eat that.
The problem here, and you can see it, is that Manny just refused his favorite dish in the world. So it kind of begs the question, how did this manly meat eater suddenly change his culinary tune?
When Manny refuses his favorite dish,
I can't eat that.
Mario has a hunch that something isn't right.
What's wrong with your voice, huh?
I read about this in a book. He experienced trauma while he was eating the meatballs. Now he has meat phobia.
He has a meat phobia now.
Yeah, he's not gonna eat meatballs anymore. He has a phobia of them.
Meat phobia, and it affects the way your voice sounds too, right? Detective Simon, it's Mario. I need to talk to you about my brother.
Sensing something's very wrong, Mario urgently contacts Detective Simon to let him know what happened.
I'm telling you, my brother is not a vegetarian. Nona would be turning in her grave right now.
Detective Simon returns to the hospital to take Manny's fingerprints. He tells Angelica it's a routine procedure they need for their files.
It's not called lying when you're a detective. It's called a ruse. It's called being a smart investigator. Because if you give away your hand, you run the risk of losing the entire game. Sometimes the key to good detective work is keeping your cards very close to your chest.
Because Manny works as a real estate agent, his fingerprints are on file. They run his prints through the system and check them against his employment records. What they find sends the case in a whole new direction.
Wait a second.
They aren't Manny's fingerprints.
Okay, hold the phone, people. It's not Manny in the hospital bed.
Oh, shoot.
Now, this is a game changer because Angelica has been caught red-handed in a lie. So the burning question is this: what's she holding back? And more to the point, who's the dude with third-degree burns all over his face pretending to be Angelica's hubby? Stick around. I guarantee you'll be amused, or horrified, or both.
Angelica, tell me exactly what happened.
Like I said, we were sitting down for dinner about 6:30.
Angelica is interrogated for hours, but she sticks to her story.
It doesn't sound realistic.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Then tell me the truth. I have all day. Why don't we start from the top again?
Okay. I made spaghetti and meatballs. His Nona taught me how to make them just the way he likes them. So, when he gets home, he's excited. It's his favorite meal. When we sit down to dinner...
After hours of intense grilling, she finally cracks.
Okay. Okay, I'll tell you what really happened.
After being married for almost 5 years, Angelica finds herself bored and lonely, while her husband works day and night. Enter Lorenzo, a young, handsome masseuse who finally gives her the hands-on attention she's been craving for years. Angelica continues to see her massage therapist regularly for maintenance, until one day it turns into something more. For over a year, they stay in touch via text massages and regular massages. Because Manny works so many nights,
To you, Lolo.
To you, Mike.
they have more and more chances to see each other, eventually meeting up regularly at Angelica's house.
You have such perfect hands.
But their reckless love makes them careless, and unbeknownst to them, Manny's brother Mario catches them in the act.
What's this? How could you do this to us? To me? Why, Angelica, why?
Armed with the news that his wife is having an affair, Manny confronts Angelica.
I see two mouths attached.
No,
No, what? No,
That's
what
just
is this?
Donald. It's Donald.
It's Donald?
Yes.
It's Donald.
It's Tabitha's brother. Tabitha, my best friend.
Okay.
She denies everything and insists Mario must have seen her with her best friend's brother, planning a wedding shower for her, and have been spending a lot of time together.
He was trying to see the pamphlet we're choosing her wedding cake. Look, it's true.
When they say love is blind, what they mean really, is love is kind of stupid. Instead of believing his brother, who he's known all his life and who has always had his best interests at heart.
You know I would never cheat on you. I love you.
I love you.
He chooses to believe his wife's lame excuse. But the thing about hiding behind a huge cloak of denial is that it can often come back to bite you in the ass, and hard.
Manny knows about us.
Oh, no.
A worried Angelica tells her lover Lorenzo that her husband has found out about their affair.
I managed to convince him that it wasn't true, but it's only a matter of time until he finds out. What should we do?
Look. Look at me. Let's run away. Okay? We'll run away together.
Run away?
But while Angelica wants nothing more than to ditch her dull life and start over,
No, we can't run away. My mom and my dad, my sisters.
she can't leave her family. They'd be crushed if she disappeared.
Unless,
But unwilling to let her lover go,
if I can't go away,
Angelica has an idea.
then Manny should go away. Permanently.
Whoa. So we've gone from, I can't leave my parents, they would be crushed, to, let's kill my husband. What would mommy and daddy think if they knew their darling daughter was considering a new career as a killer? But here's the thing about criminals. They can compartmentalize. On one hand, they don't want to hurt their family's feelings, and on the other hand, they make a decision to kill their husband in cold blood. Look, I never said this stuff made sense.
Angelica hatches a plan.
There's a syringe and some medicine I can get from the veterinarian's office. If we inject Manny with it, he'll fall asleep for hours.
Then, when he's passed out, they'll kill him, hide his body, and Lorenzo will assume the identity of her husband.
How are people gonna believe I'm Manny?
Finally, somebody asks a smart question. I'm interested to see what she has in mind. Whatever it is, I guarantee it will be foolproof. Or maybe not.
Look, he's the same height as you. Basically the same stature. It's just acid. We'll throw acid in your face.
My face?
And then they'll have to rebuild it with plastic surgery and they can make you look just like Manny.
Lorenzo can then assume Manny's identity.
Ouch.
And the two can live happily ever after.
I don't know.
You don't know?
It sounds like Angelica has been watching too many true crime reenactment shows. I don't see a problem with this plan, do you? Never mind Lorenzo would have to learn all about Manny's background, family, work, likes and dislikes. He'd then have to speak and act like Manny. Even the best actor would have a problem doing all that, much less a fake massage therapist. I'd laugh at this plan if an innocent man's life wasn't at stake.
I thought you said you wanted to be with me. Don't you want to be with me, Lolo?
I know I do.
You said you loved me.
I do.
As Angelica convinces Lorenzo of the merits of her plan,
Then we can do this.
Okay, we can do it.
Hi, Annie, I'm home.
Manny arrives home unexpectedly.
Honey.
Great instincts, buddy. Whack the guy on the back of the head. You never heard about crawling out a window or running out a back door? You know, the way most cheaters escape a close call?
What do we do?
Lorenzo doesn't wait for an answer, leaving Angelica to deal with the mess.
Angelica's really got herself in a pickle. Her husband has just been clobbered over the head in his own home, and her lover has left her high and dry. The walls are starting to close in for good old Angie.
As Manny recovers on the couch, Angelica concocts a story.
What happened?
You were sleepwalking and you fell and you hit your head on the coffee table.
But Manny, confused, doesn't even remember going to bed.
I was sleepwalking?
Yeah, you were sleepwalking.
Angelica assures him that with head injuries, you often forget important details.
Honey, don't touch it.
Not knowing what to believe, Manny looks deep into Angelica's eyes, searching for the truth.
Okay, I know there's a rule that you don't blame the victim, but if he truly believes that cockamamie story about how he hurt his head, then he's got bigger problems than just a cheating wife. Remember what I said about denial? Well, it's sharpening its teeth right about now.
You'll be fine.
Are you sure?
I'll take care of you.
Angelica has managed to convince her husband Manny that the bump on the back of his head was caused by sleepwalking.
You sleepwalk all the time, honey.
But Angelica's not out of the woods yet.
Well, I think we need to call the doctor.
Honey, no, it's just a little bump. All you need is some ice and some rest.
Unable to convince Angelica to take him to the hospital,
You'll be fine.
I think I'm gonna call Mario.
Manny calls his brother Mario instead. After taking his brother to the doctor to be treated for his head injury, Mario insists on staying with Manny. A silent standoff ensues as both Mario and Angelica watch over Manny. After a few hours, Angelica receives a text from Lorenzo.
Who's that?
It's my mom. I have to go to work, so she's gonna come and watch him. You can go home.
Your mom, eh?
Yeah, it's my mom. She'll take care of him.
All right, yeah, I should probably take off anyways.
Come on.
As Angelica and Lorenzo reunite, Manny begins to stir. Angelica rushes to her purse and pulls out the needle she stole from the veterinary's office where she works. Then she plunges the needle into Manny's arm, filling his veins with a potent anesthesia.
Get the poker.
Okay. Okay.
Hit him.
Okay.
Give that to me.
After a couple of blows to the noggin, she hands the poker to Lorenzo,
Hit him.
insisting he do some of the dirty work.
Harder.
The couple proceed to beat Manny to death
Okay, give it to me.
on his own living room couch.
So here's the thing about Angelica. She's managed to convince her husband the affair didn't happen, get his doting brother out of the house, and convince her lover to help her bash her husband's brains in. She's a master manipulator who will stop at nothing to get what she wants. If nothing else, she's a force to be reckoned with, and I'd certainly think twice before meeting her in a dark alley.
Angelica and Lorenzo roll Manny's body in a bedsheet and drive to an abandoned building.
Ow.
Oh, mi amor.
And yeah, a little deeper.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it. That feels good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
As an afterthought, they throw the syringe and the fire poker in the dumpster.
So in case you haven't noticed, I'd like to point out a couple of genius moments here. One, who stops in the middle of disposing a body to get a neck massage? And two, who plants the murder weapon with the body? Good old Bonnie and Clyde here. You can't get nothing by them.
Will you be my nanny?
I do. I mean, I will. The dumpster.
Angelica and Lorenzo return to the house
Are you ready?
I guess so.
and put the next phase of their plan into action.
Hey, no,
here's a question for you. What kind of man would allow his face to be permanently disfigured for a woman?
It's okay. The burning will stop. Calm down.
He's obviously a people pleaser with a self-esteem problem. And here's another question. What kind of woman would subject her lover to that kind of pain?
Go into the washroom, wash your face off, and fix your hair. Make it look like Manny's.
When you think about it, they're really perfect for each other in a twisted kind of way. He's kind of the yin to her really messed up yang.
Angelica, you're under arrest for the murder of your husband, Manny.
Well, good old Angie sang like a canary with little more than a nudge. It almost makes you yearn for the good old days when cops and killers were more evenly matched, you know?
Detective Simon allows Angelica one last massage before he hauls her off to prison.
I'm sorry, Lolo.
Me too, Angel.
A little harder. No, to the left a little bit.
Lorenzo admits his part in the scheme and tells Detective Simon where they hid the body and the murder weapon.
Okay, hid is a bit of a misnomer, but I'm not gonna split hairs. The point is, these guys crumbled like a bridge made of blue cheese.
They're accused of criminal conspiracy, murder, and hiding evidence.
I love you, Lolo.
Love you too.
These two somehow thought they could get away with killing a man and taking over his identity without anyone noticing. In my book, that's either pure ignorance or pure stupidity. It's probably both.
Get this picture out of my room.
And to think a bowl of pasta brought these two masterminds down. It's kind of fitting, isn't it? Lorenzo promised Angelica he would do anything for love. But eat meat? He wouldn't do that. Nope, he wouldn't do that.
The events in this program are inspired by a true story. Names, dates, and details have been changed. Viewer discretion is advised. On this episode of Bizarre Murders, when a lingerie designer who appears to have it all is found bludgeoned to death with a sex paddle, police suspect she could be the victim of an intruder. But when they learn her life isn't as rosy as it seems, they'll do whatever it takes to get the case all sewn up.
Francine? Francine? God, Francine. Francine. It's me, Ty. Francine, wake up.
Not exactly the Monday morning Ty envisioned when he came to visit his good friend Francine.
I need help, please. Hurry.
When lead investigator Detective Lopez arrives at the crime scene, he notices Francine has been beaten to death with a sex paddle.
Over the hundreds of cases I worked with the FBI, I learned that whenever you see something like a victim killed by a bedroom toy or in a state of undress, you have to at least consider the possibility that you're looking at a sex game that went wrong. If that's the case, Francine's killer would have had sexual contact with her. And that means the best option for finding him is to pull DNA from something he left behind. Oh, come on, let's just say it. I'm talking about semen. And looking at the state of this bed, there's a lot to choose from. Still less than most hotel rooms, though, seriously. After years of seeing hotel rooms checked with UV light, I would never sleep on those sheets, which is how I've ended up as that weird old guy who travels around with his own linens.
Hello?
Who is this? And why answer my wife's phone?
This is Detective Lopez, and if your wife is Francine, there's been an incident.
Alistair, Francine's husband, is out of town on his annual hunting trip with his frat buddies. 10 years ago, that's how he and Francine first met. It would change Francine's life forever.
Hey, you must be Alistair.
Hi, yeah.
Francine.
Francine?
Yeah, Tim invited me over for the weekend.
You hunt?
No.
At first, Francine wants nothing to do with Alistair. But Alistair is more than a little intrigued by her. Back at university, he works hard to win her over, and the two soon become friends, with benefits.
Looks great, babe. You should try to sell it.
No. No one would buy my stuff.
Of course they would. You're a great designer.
Oh, thank you. You're so sweet.
And before long, Francine and Alistair jump into a full-on relationship. They spend the rest of college joined at the hip. When they graduate, they tie the knot.
Okay, wait, you can put me down.
The newlyweds work hard to build a life together and make their dreams come true.
I love you.
I love you too.
Francine launches a high-end lingerie line, while Alistair decides to write the next great American novel.
At first, Francine and Alistair are young and in love. But over the years, their lives become less Leave It to Beaver and more Desperate Housewives. When Francine hits the big time and there's still no novel in sight, Alistair's fragile man ego is shattered. He decides the best thing to do is enjoy Francine's underwear and the big bucks it brings into their bank account.
Babe, leave me your credit card. There's this awesome jet ski I've been wanting to check out.
Really? The motorcycle wasn't enough?
Well, Francine spends long hours running her company.
Gotta go.
Thanks, babe. You're the best.
Yeah.
Alistair lives like a king, sleeping until noon, regular spa days, and treating his frat buddies to scotch tastings and cigars. As Alistair rushes back to the city, Detective Lopez turns to Francine's body for answers about when she got her deadly paddling.
Getting a solid time of death is vital in a homicide case, because once you have that, you can start checking alibis and narrowing in on suspects. So when did Francine die? Her limbs are stiff but not rigid, so I'm thinking she's been dead maybe 24 to 48 hours, which means she would have been killed between late Friday night to midday on Sunday. Talk about your rough weekend.
But when the DNA results come in, they show all traces of semen belong to Alistair.
Well, those results don't help us get any more answers. Unless, of course, your question is how virile Alistair happens to be.
My wife meant everything to me, Detective. You better find the guy that did this to her. Here. Thanks.
No problem.
Alistair tells police the last time he saw Francine was right before he left on his annual frat reunion hunting trip. And everything was more than fine between them.
Looking for this?
Yes, I was. I love you.
Woo!
Instead of wasting your time talking to me, you should be interviewing Ty.
Excuse me?
He was her lover after all.
Sorry, Ty?
Okay, we've got lingerie, a sex paddle, and now a lover. Is this a case or an episode of Dynasty?
Alistair reveals to police that his wife Francine was having a fling with her friend Ty.
I've been slaving since September with my nose to a book. I missed 100 mamacitas cause I ain't got time to look. So when my bros called me up, I didn't have
But while Francine was seeing Ty on the side, she wasn't cheating. They were all part of a swingers club. Drop your keys in the fishbowl and pick up anybody else's you want to go home with.
So it turns out that Alistair and Francine had an open marriage. Translation, they could see who they wanted to see on the side, but the deal was that any side relationships had to stay light and be focused only on sex, not on intimacy, because your spouse banging a stranger is cool, but cuddling afterwards? Oh, no, no, no. That is over the line.
Over the years, Francine has developed a whole set of rules for their engagements, but Alistair is less than willing to follow them.
I get that rules are supposed to protect against jealousy, but you really can't control emotions like that. At least I don't think you can. I mean, it's not like I have firsthand experience swinging. I mean, clearly, I'm way too straight-laced for that. I mean, I'm blushing just talking about all this. Are we done?
Hey, babe.
Babe. I don't want to do this anymore. I just want it to be just the two of us again.
Francine decides it's time to trade swinging for a swing set.
I want to try having a baby.
Of course, honey. Anything for you. You know that. Yeah, my wife and I had an open relationship. It was an agreement we had. But when we closed the marriage, Ty got all weird about it. He didn't take it too well. Guys like Ty don't get a lot of women, so they get weirdly attached. You understand that, right, Detective?
I'm not agreeing with Alistair's logic, but I am with him that Ty needs to be looked at as a suspect. Okay, let's face it. He found the body, which already makes him a person of interest. And he used to sleep with the victim, which makes him more interesting. All that is more than enough to interview him, no matter how good he is or isn't at picking up women.
I would never hurt Francine. I adored her.
Ty claims he took Francine out for Chinese food on Friday, but just as friends. Then he dropped her off at home around 1 and headed straight out to a weekend retreat.
What is it that you do on the retreat?
I LARP.
Sorry, you LARP?
Live action role play.
Oh.
I'm a swashbuckling pirate.
You're a pirate. Drink up, mateys.
Live-action role play is like computer gaming, only more dorky. Players create characters, then get together to portray them for hours or weekends at a time, all in the hope of gaining fake acclaim and admiration. So it's like The Suburbs, but with dragons instead of nosy neighbors.
How did you make out?
Well, I was very close to getting the bounty chest, but Stubby Pete, my friend, got there before I did.
Sorry, your friend Stubby Pete?
Yeah, he has a peg leg.
Oh, Stubby Pete?
The alibi may be odd, but it's solid. With over 50 people at the event, including site security, there's very little chance that Ty could sneak away to kill Francine. With Ty ruled out as a suspect, and the images of the scratches on Alistair's neck still fresh in his mind, Detective Lopez looks more closely at Alistair's alibi.
I'm just following up on an investigation on your dad's friend, Alistair.
He questions Vanessa, daughter of Alistair's frat buddy Tim, who was hosting the hunting trip weekend.
He said he was here recently?
Yeah. Alistair was up at the cabin with my dad and their friends like all weekend. He came over, he was here on Friday and they drove up together.
Friday now. Do you remember specifically what time on Friday?
Like around 5:30. I remember because he was making this big deal out of a movie that was on TV.
Hey, we're gonna leave now.
Okay, bye then.
I'm gonna let off last.
All right. Icebox. Great movie. I caught this one last night.
Detective Lopez finally gets a break from the most unexpected source.
But you know what was super weird about that movie?
What's that?
So the whole thing was about this husband who kills his wife, and like a few days later, Francine is dead.
I don't know if I'd call that weird, and I certainly don't believe in coincidences. What I do believe in is good police work, and I'd be chasing down this connection because it could prove to be a solid lead.
When Detective Lopez watches Icebox, the movie Alistair was raving about before leaving town, he discovers that the husband not only kills his wife, but gets away with the crime by blasting the air conditioning in the house, distorting his victim's supposed time of death.
Thanks for coming back.
Detective Lopez calls Ty down to the station for another interview, but he only has one question in mind.
When you discovered the body, how cold was it? What was the temperature like?
Well, when I got there, the bedroom door was closed. The air conditioner was on full blast, so it was freezing. And I turned the AC off.
Time of death is usually calculated based on factors like rigor mortis. But when a body is in the cold, rigor mortis can be delayed by hours, or if the temperature is below freezing, even days.
Police thought Francine was killed between late Friday and late Saturday. But once you factor in the temperature of the room, you have to roll the time of death back. And we know she had lunch with Ty at 1 on Friday. But any time after that is in play. Now the question is, was she killed before Alistair left town, making him a viable suspect or not?
Detective Lopez comes up with an unorthodox way to ascertain Francine's true time of death.
Most people don't realize that the stomach stops working almost immediately after a victim dies. So whatever they just ate is basically preserved in their stomachs after death.
Francine still had Chinese food in her stomach from her 1 o'clock lunch with Ty. The stomach takes a maximum of 8 hours to digest food. So Francine's time of death must be somewhere between 1 and 9 p.m. on Friday.
But the only way to prove that is to establish how many hours it takes for the same Chinese food to get as digested as the contents of Francine's stomach. And the only way to do that is to eat the same food as Francine and then throw it up at regular intervals until there's a match. And you know what that means? It means this case is about to get gross. And that right there is why criminals should never underestimate law enforcement, because we'll do whatever it takes to crack a case. The whole situation may seem bizarre, but it works. The food matches at 4 hours, which means Francine was killed right around 5 p.m. That gives Alistair just enough time to have committed the murder, then driven over to Tim's house. I know it's rude to eat and run, but what about kill and run? That's gotta be worse.
A year after Francine's death, Detective Lopez's case against Alistair has gone cold. But then, Tim's daughter comes forward.
So, the night that Alistair came over?
With a confession that cracks the case wide open.
Hey, Francine.
Yeah? Yeah, I'm gonna miss you too.
She realized Alistair
We'll talk first thing in the morning.
was speaking to the dial tone.
Okay? Yeah, I love you. Yeah, okay, bye.
The only reason to fake a call like that is if you know someone's dead, but you want to make everyone else think they're still alive. And the only person who would want to do that is a killer trying to shore up his alibi. Alistair thinks he's smart enough to trick everyone around him like he's so evil genius. But someone ought to tell him he's more Homer Simpson than Hannibal Lecter.
Detective Lopez finally has all he needs to charge Alistair with Francine's murder.
All the evidence points to you. You're under arrest for the murder of your wife.
Right, I killed my wife, the woman I was happily married to, because that makes sense.
All right, let's get going. Come on, Buttercup. Let's go.
He's not wrong. The lack of obvious motive means the case isn't a slam dunk, and Alistair's now rich enough to lawyer up with the best team possible.
At trial, the truth of Francine and Alistair's relationship comes pouring out.
Wanna go again?
Oh, yeah.
Get out of my house. Get out!
Are you...
What is this?
It was the same as before. I don't understand why it's a big...
Because I want to change.
Okay.
I wanted things
Why don't we calm
differently. I left Ty and we talked about this. You said that was good. You said whatever you want.
I said what I thought
Then
you
what-
wanted to hear, okay? Is that what you want? I don't want a baby. It's not about you. It's my life, too. I like my life the way it was.
Francine designed lingerie, but Alistair's the one with a pattern. While he agreed to close his marriage, he continued seeing his girlfriends on the side.
What is it about? I thought it was about us.
It is about us.
Then
Why can't we do
then
both?
Why does she have to be here? What do you want? What do you want from me? I give you everything. For you.
You know what? This...
When Francine confronted Alistair about his cheating, he became violent, and she decided it was time to leave.
I don't want this.
What do you want then?
I want a divorce.
God damn it!
Alistair knew that if Francine went, her money and his Playboy lifestyle went with her. So he decided he couldn't afford to let her go, at least not alive.
Look at my shirt. What are you wearing that for?
Don't worry, it's not for you.
The air conditioning idea is actually a pretty good one, and it did confuse the police about Francine's time of death, at least for a while. But you know what isn't a good idea? Ripping your MO off from a movie that's playing on TV at the time. And then on top of that, blabbing about how you saw the film and you loved it. I'd say criminals should learn to zip it, but then it would make them harder to catch. So as far as I'm concerned, they can just keep on gabbing and keep on getting locked up.
Alistair is convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole.
Like a little black dress, true love never goes out of style. But if you're with a man who treats women like fashion trends, picking them up and discarding them as he pleases, be careful. Because I promise you, no matter what he says, the only threesome he really cares about is me, myself, and I.
The events in this program are inspired by a true story. Names, dates, and details have been changed. Viewer discretion is advised. On this episode of Bizarre Murders, when a young woman suddenly falls into a coma, doctors at first are mystified. But when they find a rare and life-threatening toxin in her system, they get suspicious. And when detectives discover evidence of an enemy close to home, they realize they're not looking for some common criminal, but someone far more terrifying. Three days ago, Jennifer admitted herself to the hospital.
Just been having a lot of trouble breathing.
Within a day, she'd fallen into a coma. Jennifer's nervous system is shutting down, and the doctors don't know why.
It'll be okay, baby.
Jennifer's live-in boyfriend, Tyler, never leaves her side. As Jennifer's body shuts down, doctors make an unexpected discovery. She's ingested a toxin that occurs naturally in a highly poisonous plant called hemlock.
You might have heard of hemlock. It's a pretty plant, but you don't want it in a bouquet. It's seriously toxic. The Greek philosopher Socrates famously committed suicide by drinking a potion made from the stuff. And boy, is it an awful way to go. paralysis sets in, and you can feel yourself suffocating, but you can't do anything about it. It's brutal.
And it gets worse. There's no antidote to hemlock poisoning. Even a small dose, less than 1/10 of a gram, can be fatal. Jennifer's ingested twice that. It's only a matter of time before Jennifer stops being able to breathe altogether.
Considering the huge dose of hemlock in Jennifer's system, you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure out that she's consumed something that was deliberately laced with the hemlock toxin. As a cop, that ain't something you see every day.
Lead Detective Findlay learns that Jennifer was at home the day before she went to the hospital. Since the effects of hemlock toxin usually take 24 hours to kick in, she most likely ate or drank something laced with the poison at her apartment.
There's an old movie called DOA that begins with a man reporting a murder. The cops ask him who got killed. "I did," he says. He just found out someone had fatally poisoned him. And that's what we have here. But in this case, Jennifer can't give us any clues as to who might have done this to her or why. She's what we call a silent witness.
Lab results reveal that a bottle of milk found in the fridge contains the residue of hemlock powder. For Detective Findlay, this is now a case of attempted murder.
Getting the hemlock into a sealed bottle without making it look tampered with is harder than it looks. It's like not leaving tracks in the mud. It's pretty tricky. But whoever did this knew what they were doing.
6 days after admitting herself to hospital, Jennifer dies. It's no longer attempted murder. It's now a homicide investigation.
Whoever poisoned that milk must have known someone was in for a slow and painful death. But who done it and why done it are anyone's guess. A deadly prank at the bottling plant? Nah, it's not likely. Quality control would have caught that. A demented milkman? Maybe. But the first person we always talk to is the last person to have seen the victim.
Tell me about you and Jenny. Were you having any issues?
No, things were great. Really great, man. Okay, maybe we were arguing some about money. Jenny was paying the rent, but it didn't matter. We loved each other.
Hey, babe. What are you doing? Oh my God.
Babe, will you make me the happiest man alive?
Yes, 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 yes!
So according to Tyler, things were pretty hunky-dory between him and Jennifer. But think about it. Jennifer was poisoned when she drank milk from her own fridge. And milk has a shelf life, so the poisoning had to be timed properly. Tyler lived with her. He knew when the milk got delivered. In the murder game, that's what we call opportunity. And Tyler himself didn't get sick, which suggests he knew not to touch that milk.
Look familiar? The hemlock the doctors told you about? It was found in the milk in your fridge.
Jeez, well, how did it get in there?
Surprising your suspect, maybe with a photograph or some information. It's an old trick, and it's a good one. As every poker player knows, we all have a tell. It's not proof of anything, but it can scare the hell out of a guilty suspect. And that's a good thing.
Things aren't looking good for Tyler. But if he did poison Jennifer, Detective Findlay needs some hard evidence to connect him to the crime. Without that, she's forced to let him go, for now. Jennifer's apartment is now a crime scene. While looking for evidence that could tie Tyler directly to the poisoning, investigators find something unusual.
Looks like someone's been sending death threats to these two harmless kids from the sticks, telling them it's either time to move out or get rubbed out. And now Jenny's dead. It's hard to know if it's all some practical joke gone seriously wrong or if it's something downright evil. Could these letters hold the key to tracking down a killer?
Recognize any of these?
Yeah, those things. We got one every month for a year.
Why didn't you mention the letters before now?
Jeez, I don't know. We just figured it was some sort of prank, like some big city thing. We collected them for fun, but we didn't get one this month, so we threw them in the trash. And I guess I forgot about them.
Did Jennifer have any enemies? Old boyfriends that stalked her?
No, I'm the only guy she's ever dated.
The forensics lab finds something significant: trace amounts of hemlock and microscopic amounts of other toxins, all derived from plants: deadly nightshade, snakeroot, wolfsbane.
The letters cast doubt on Tyler as a suspect. Sure, he had the opportunity, but whoever poisoned the milk and wrote those letters is someone with an education in botany, and Tyler isn't exactly the academic type. Then there's lack of motive. He just popped a question. And investigators also learned that they have no life insurance. After jealousy, that's the most common motive for murder among couples. As a suspect, Tyler's starting to take a back seat.
The letters are addressed to Jennifer and Tyler, so whoever wrote them knew who they were. And they'd been hand-delivered, not mailed. That means it was someone who had access to the apartment building. Detective Findlay thinks the letter writer could be another tenant.
Any issues with the neighbors? Noise complaints, that kind of thing?
No, never. We said hi to people in the building, but mostly just kept to ourselves.
It's an oldie but a goodie, perps returning to the scene of the crime. But what if they never left? If Jennifer's killer is a neighbor, chances are that person is right under Findlay's nose. In other words, it's time to start knocking on doors.
There are over 100 tenants in the building.
Yes, I'm Detective Findlay. I'm investigating an issue with contaminated milk in the building.
To avoid causing a panic, Findlay says she's investigating contaminated milk deliveries, not murder. And she casually drops the word hemlock while she questions the tenants.
Have you ever heard of the plant hemlock?
Yeah, it's legal in California, I think, right?
Detectives have canvassed the entire building, but so far haven't come up with any new leads. No one else has fallen sick, and most people in the building have never even heard of a poison plant called hemlock. But when Detective Findlay reviews her notes, she remembers something a tenant said to her that didn't seem significant at the time.
Hello.
Hello?
I'm investigating an issue with contaminated milk in the building.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the plant hemlock?
No, I have not heard of hemlock, but contaminated milk, that's no joke, Detective. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
The phrase, no joke, rings a bell with Detective Findlay. As it happens, the tenant's apartment is next door to Tyler and Jennifer's. His name is Charles, and he's lived in the building for 15 years.
Sure, it could be a coincidence that the guy right next door used the same words as the death threat. But if it isn't some fluke, talk about fearing thy neighbor.
Detective Findlay runs a background check on Charles. It turns out, Charles has a criminal record.
Looks like back in college days, Charles liked to earn while he learned. He got tossed out for growing marijuana plants in his dorm room and did a stint in the big house for it. His major? An advanced degree in botany. So chances are pretty doggone good that he knows what hemlock is. This Charles fella is looking like a mighty good suspect, if you ask me.
After prison, Charles reinvented himself as a rare book dealer who also invented a role-playing game called Solution.
Yes, yes, yes.
Where players have to solve murder mystery scenarios that Charles writes.
Scenario 21. The Beethoven solution. Bum, 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 bum.
A botany background, a criminal record, the no-joke phrase, not to mention that he lives right next door. It's all pretty fishy. The thing is, investigators don't have any evidence at all tying him to Jennifer's murder. If he is their guy, what they need is for Charles to incriminate himself, and that means staking him out.
Detective Findlay's plan is simple. Posing as someone who's inherited a rare book collection. She'll befriend Charles and hopefully get him to trust her.
If this Charles character is the killer, Findlay hopes he'll let something slip and she can nail him for Jennifer's murder. But right now, he's just a long-shot suspect. Is the detective on a wild goose chase? Or is she stepping into the lion's den?
Hi.
Hi, I'm Phoebe. I emailed you about this book.
Yes. It's a pleasure to meet you, Phoebe. Do you know what you have here? This is a treasure.
My father had an awful lot of books.
Well, I'm impressed. It would be a great pleasure to see the rest of your collection.
Now that Detective Findlay's made initial contact with Charles, she can play out her undercover role and hopefully observe him up close.
Cheers.
Getting your foot in the door is certainly the toughest part of going undercover. If they don't trust you in the beginning, they never will. And if you do get in, believe me, you're usually not hanging out with a brain trust right away. But Charles is a different kind of target. He's smart, he's cultured. It's hard to put the whammy on a guy like Charles, and that could make things tricky for Detective Findlay.
What's that?
Well, I present to you Solution.
It doesn't take long for Detective Findlay to insert herself into Charles's life.
A natural 20 on your first time.
She even starts playing Charles's game Solution with him, all the while keeping her ears and eyes alert for anything suspicious.
You know, it's so hard to find good company, Phoebe. I can't relate to riffraff, and I don't want to. I'm not afraid to admit it. I feel like I am, well, some people are just beneath us. I mean, wouldn't you agree that the world would just be better off without some people, without most people, really?
Yes.
Not you and I. Come on.
Charles ain't exactly a team player, is he? Turns out his brains have, well, gone to his head over the years. He's a total snob and proud of it, too. But having a superiority complex does not make you a murderer. And Finley has no idea if he even had Jennifer and Tyler on his radar. After all, people like them are, in his own words, just riffraff.
People are just such ignorant apes.
But to Finley, there's something hinky about Chuck. She can't put her finger on it, but that old detective's sixth sense starts working overtime.
Weeks go by, but not once does Charles mention anything about Jennifer. Detective Findlay starts to wonder if she's been investigating the wrong person all this time. And the brass is giving her the gears. If Findlay doesn't come up with something concrete tying Charles to Jennifer's murder, her undercover operation will be shut down.
You are obviously a very intelligent woman, Phoebe, but, well, let's see if you're smart enough to figure out this one.
Let's.
I call this the Socrates connection, inspired by a true story from ancient Greece. A man is found dead with a hemlock potion beside the body.
Oh.
Is it suicide or murder?
Charles. How clever.
If Charles's past as a failed botanist made Findlay suspicious, this clinches it. Charles knows what hemlock is and what it can do. It can't be a coincidence. Detective Findlay now has to wonder if her cover is blown.
This is what you call a catch-22. If Chuck is on to Detective Findlay, there's no way he'll incriminate himself now. But if she drops the undercover act, she won't have any evidence to connect him to Jennifer. And that Socrates reference could be one of those hints I like to call a not-so-veiled threat. Keep your powder dry, Detective.
Charles has lied about knowing what hemlock is, but Detective Findlay has no motive and no evidence that either links him to Jennifer's murder or rules him out.
Is it suicide or murder?
With the plug about to be pulled on her undercover operation, Detective Findlay decides to try a different tactic.
Hi, Tyler. Tomorrow night, 9 p.m. And remember, make it loud.
This is remarkable. Your father must have really cared about his collection.
Are your neighbors always so loud? I haven't heard them before.
Those bumpkins? Not lately, no. I went next door and asked them to turn it down, told them they were being rude, and well, they desisted. But I suppose they couldn't live without their crude rock music for long.
Getting Tyler to blast that music was some nice sleight of hand, Detective. Looks like Charles just slipped up. Remember, Tyler told investigators that no one had ever complained about their music, but Charles said he had complained. I guess he needed to explain why Findlay had never heard loud music before. Now she knows that Charles was aware of Jennifer and Tyler, even if they weren't aware of him.
They're such ignoramuses.
And he obviously doesn't like them. Not one bit.
Are you going someplace, Charles?
Oh. Yes, I'm off to Italy. There's a book fair there. And besides, I need to get away from that, from them. If they would just leave me be and disappear so I could live my life in peace, that's all I ask. But I digress. Would you be so kind as to water my plants while I'm away?
Of course. Anything.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's the perfect opportunity. When Charles is out of town, Detective Findlay can sweep his apartment for possible evidence.
No pun intended, but that's one spine-chilling book collection. It may not be proof positive that Charles is a killer, but it doesn't have to be. For Detective Findlay, it's just one coincidence too many.
When Detective Findlay searches Charles's storage locker, she finds dozens of toxic botanicals, including a huge stash of hemlock plants.
Charles lied about not knowing what hemlock is. He lied about complaining to Tyler and Jennifer about the noise. His remark about contaminated milk being no joke. The Socrates game scenario that involved hemlock, his obvious contempt for Tyler and Jennifer, and now some bedtime reading that's guaranteed to put you to sleep permanently.
Investigators now have hard evidence that connects Charles to the poison that killed Jennifer. But what they don't have is means and motive. Charles's journals reveal that Jennifer and Tyler had unknowingly annoyed and offended him ever since they'd moved in. Imbecile.
I can't live like this.
He spied on his new neighbors, listening to them through the wall. At first, he complains to himself about their music, their working-class jobs, their hayseed accents. As Charles grows more enraged and obsessed with Jennifer and Tyler, a plan forms in his mind.
Charles thinks Jennifer and Tyler are way beneath him. The problem is, they're right next door. In Charlie's unhinged mind, the neighbors have to go, one way or another. Now, normally you'd just bang on the wall and tell him to shut up. But Charles ain't the confrontational type, and shut up probably isn't in his vocabulary. He has his own way of doing things.
The journals reveal just how Charles got the hemlock into the milk. He even boasts of the plan's simplicity. Who would suspect an innocent bottle of milk could be fatal? The dates in the journals also explain why Tyler didn't get sick. The day Charles poisoned the milk, Tyler was playing a gig.
What are you doing here?
Remember me?
Charles is charged with premeditated murder. His lawyer tries to paint his client as a quiet, cultured man with an eccentric interest in dangerous botanicals.
Imbeciles.
Charles gets life without parole.
Some people are smarter than others, that's a fact. And some people think they're smarter than others. Then there are people who think they're smarter than the police. And that is a big mistake, but it's a common mistake. What's not so common is murdering somebody with a rare toxin like hemlock and thinking you'll get away with it. Here's some advice for the Charlies of the world. If you're going to spike someone, don't use something that only you would know about, because that kind of narrows things down. Better yet, don't poison anyone at all. And if your neighbors are getting on your nerves, call the super.
The events in this program are inspired by a true story. Names, dates, and details have been changed. Viewer discretion is advised. On this episode of Bizarre Murders,
Thanks, Daddy.
spoiled rich girl Paige manipulates her parents to do all her bidding. But when tragedy strikes, Paige's thirst for revenge
That's enough!
will have her throwing a temper tantrum
Please, open up!
with deadly consequences. A high school senior, Paige is a straight-A student and head of the Daughter of the Lone Star State Cotillion Committee.
Something doesn't seem right.
The annual family portrait is something that wealthy socialite Giselle insists on, no matter how old her daughter Paige gets.
Oh, I can always count on you, Mommy. I love it. It's perfect.
Okay, ladies. Let's get this family portrait done.
Okay, Daddy.
Giselle had trouble getting pregnant and considers her daughter a miracle. Paige, in turn, adores her mother.
Hi, sweetie.
I told you that I needed the latest version of my phone, and you ignored me.
Nothing's good enough for her.
Giselle and her airline executive husband, Edward, are doting parents.
Doting, huh? Well, that's not so secret code for parents who spoil their kids. Love them, fine, but indulge their every whim, never say no, and give them a credit card? Well, don't be surprised if they turn into entitled little monsters.
We're sorry, honey.
Thanks, Daddy. Forgiven.
Every winter, Edward takes his two favorite ladies on a lavish holiday to an exotic locale. But this year's dream vacation to Rio de Janeiro turns into a nightmare. While enjoying a goji berry body wrap, Giselle died from what doctors believe was a sudden stroke.
Don't touch her.
Paige's entire world has been shaken to the core. She's about to turn 18, graduate high school, and move into the adulting phase of her life. Losing her mom is coming at a very pivotal time. How that plays out is the question. Some teenagers shut down while others act out. A lot of that is going to depend on Edward. Handing over the credit card may not be enough.
A few months after Giselle's death, Edward swipes right on lovecombustion.com and starts dating.
Back in my day, combustion created smoke, not love. At least most of the time.
Unbelievable.
I'm having such a good time with you.
I know what you're thinking. It's fast. Am I right? Well, there's an old saying when it comes to losing a spouse, women mourn, men replace. Don't blame me. I didn't make it up. I'm not saying that Edward is over losing Giselle, just saying guys deal better with stuff, not feelings. But tell that to his daughter.
Upset that her father has moved on from her mother's death so quickly, Paige does what she does best when she's angry. She gets even. Paige starts stealing from her father, staying out all night, and hanging out with a bad crowd.
Where have you been, Paige?
What do you care? Isn't Claire expecting you for brunch?
She has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, you're right. She doesn't. She's not the one who got married and forgot about it.
Do not talk to me that way, young lady.
You don't even seem sad that Mommy's gone. What, was this your plan the whole time? So that you could live out some sick and twisted fantasy of being some swinging bachelor?
You are out of line, and that's enough!
Leave me alone!
Ouch. Paige is taking her emotions out on Edward in more ways than one. The spoiled little girl has grown up. She used to throw tantrums to get her way. Now she throws kicks. Entitlement and anger management issues are a doozy of a combination.
Paige finds comfort in the arms of Trey, her new boyfriend. They spend hours texting one another.
Okay, Daddy, Trey's on his way over, and I can't wait for you to meet him. So be on your best behavior for me, okay? Hey.
Yo, what's up?
You're a bad influence on my daughter. That's what's up.
What? She's a grown woman.
Listen, you little shit.
Well, hey, man. Cool it, all right?
Mommy never treated my boyfriends like this. I was thinking about you.
Baby, you know I'm thinking about you all day.
You deserve something real nice.
Yo, where did you get the coin for that?
Daddy's credit card.
Doesn't look like Paige is under her boyfriend's bad influence. It seems like she's doing fine influencing herself.
Thanks, baby.
He looks amazing.
But when it comes to parents and their kids, nobody wants to believe the worst. And it's a whole lot easier to blame someone else, like a guy with a rap sheet, rather than your precious daughter.
The next day, Edward has a peace offering.
Paige, let's talk.
So talk.
Let's go away on a vacation to your favorite place on the beach. Remember, you had such a great time. I think we should do it again.
He wants to repair their relationship and has planned a trip to an exclusive resort in the Caribbean.
Okay, if you insist.
Just you and me.
So Edward is trying to get his baby girl away from the big bad boyfriend by reverting to old times. He's hoping a holiday together will help them heal their rift. Seriously, that ship has sailed. It's over the horizon. Paige doesn't look ready to forgive and forget. Sorry, Dad, you're not very good at reading the signs. Or should I say, emojis.
Paige has no plans to go away with her father and leave Trey behind. She steals Edward's credit card and books her boyfriend a first-class ticket.
Paige, we're only going for a week.
Oh, Daddy. You know I like to be prepared.
Edward hopes a vacation will help him and his rebellious daughter Paige reconnect after the sudden death of her mother. He's also intent on getting Paige away from her bad boy boyfriend.
I'm going out.
But they've barely checked in when Paige decides to go solo.
I thought we were going to spend some time together.
Daddy, don't rush me.
We're meeting for lunch.
Edward lets her go, but makes it clear he wants to spend some quality time with his daughter.
Baby.
Yo, this place is dope.
You ready?
Totally. Is there an emoji for uh-oh? If not, there ought to be. I can't be certain what the text message means exactly, but it's safe to say these two kids are up to something, don't you think? Paige has anger issues and her boyfriend has been arrested for a weapons charge. If I were Edward, I'd siesta with one eye open.
Edward has been waiting for Paige for over half an hour, and she's a no-show.
What the hell is he doing here?
Well, I invited him courtesy of you, Daddy dearest.
While Edward is angry that Paige stole his credit card to book Trey a flight and a hotel room, he's more furious that she purposely hijacked their much-needed father-daughter getaway.
This trip was supposed to be about fixing our family.
Well, he is going to be a part of our family, Daddy.
Well, 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 our poor little rich girl is just full of surprises. My guess is that this spur-of-the-moment proposal at the ripe old age of 17 is Paige's way of getting back at her father for moving on so fast. And what better way than marrying a boy your father disapproves of?
I hate him. I wish he died instead of her. My mother never gave me a hard time. This is all his fault.
Well, I mean, we could just get married.
I love it. We're getting married whether you like it or not.
Absolutely out of the question.
You can't stop us.
If you disobey me, Missy, and marry this hustler, you're not gonna get one more cent from me.
How about a hug, Pops?
Yeah, right, buddy.
Obviously, Edward's never read a parenting blog. Making threats to a teenager, especially when you're angry, is not generally a wise idea. And Paige isn't exactly good with limits. Losing her mom has made her even more volatile. I have a feeling that this ultimatum is going to blow up in his face. How she'll retaliate is anybody's guess.
The next morning, it looks like Edward hasn't managed to tear Paige and Trey apart.
Hello? I need police.
It's not every day when you find a suitcase stuffed with a dead body instead of dirty socks. Island police need to track down Paige and her bad news boyfriend to figure out what happened to send Edward packing for good.
Police arrive at the resort to investigate Edward's murder and immediately search the hotel room. They discover an unopened bottle of bubbly. It's heavy enough to do more damage than just cause a severe hangover. And with a print left behind, they hope it leads them to the killer.
And it was just him and his daughter that came down together.
That's right.
When police try to locate his daughter Paige and her boyfriend Trey, none of the employees know their whereabouts. The Bahamian police scour the island looking for the couple. With Edward dead, it's possible Paige and Trey could also be victims. Police eventually receive the tip the couple has been spotted at a seedy motel.
Please, open up!
Are you Paige and Trey?
Well, before I answer any questions, what business do you have barging in here? What about our privacy?
On your feet. Up.
As the last people to be seen with Edward, Paige and Trey are brought in for questioning.
So we're trying to get to the bottom of what happened to your father, Edward. I see that you checked in together, shared a room together. When was the last time you saw him?
Well, actually, it was, right before we got engaged.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
When police question Paige and Trey about Edward's murder, they claim to have no idea what happened. They tell police they left the resort early on Friday to get married.
But, ran into a little trouble.
Oh, yeah? What kind of trouble?
Well, I mean, walking down the street, and this guy comes up. He's asking us for money. There's a knife on us.
Not my phone! Not my phone!
Knocked it right out of his hand. I mean, no one hurts my girl.
Rich tourists off the resort are prime pickings for local criminals, so Trey's story sounds believable. If you believe he's a quick-thinking hero, or just quick-thinking, period. That's gonna be a stretch, especially once the police find out he has a record and his prints are in the system.
Police run Trey's prints and discover they're a perfect match to the bloody fingerprint left on the champagne bottle. Even more damning is the surveillance footage from the hotel. When police put Paige in the hot seat, she plays it cool.
Is that me? The resolution could be better.
It's the same suitcase. Why'd you do it?
It was awful. I mean, we didn't mean for it to happen, but it all just happened so quickly.
Paige tells police it was an accident. She says that after their argument, she placed an order with room service.
Yes, 1 bottle of your most expensive champagne. Cristal, if you have it. No, thanks.
She says she was hoping her father would come around and toast their engagement.
Over my dead body, and you gonna marry her.
You're such a drama queen.
You want drama? I'll show you drama. You're crazy.
You creep. The next thing I know, he's lunging at me with a bottle of champagne.
She tells police that her father was so angry that he completely lost control.
Daddy, are you okay?
Paige claims that Trey didn't intend to kill Edward. He was just protecting her. But when they realized he was dead, they panicked because of Trey's prior criminal history. They knew it wouldn't look good on him. Once they ditched the suitcase, they took off.
And if it weren't for Trey, then who knows what would have happened? Can I have my phone back now?
If I'm reading this right, and I'm no emoji expert, but I'd say Paige is confident she's come clean, and it's just a matter of time before she can start planning the social event of the season, her wedding. Sorry to burst your bubble, Paige, but when it comes to a murder investigation, the cops don't call it a day after a so-called confession.
Police discover, upon the death of her father, Paige becomes the sole beneficiary to her mother's multi-million-dollar estate.
So Giselle was the one with the money in the marriage. Getting Daddy out of the way would mean a lot more money for Paige, and nobody to enforce her curfew. And if past behavior is any indication, what Paige wants, Paige gets. When Trey marries her, he'd also reap the ill-begotten rewards, though he'd have to put up with all of her emojis. I mean emotions going into the marriage. Is Paige a grieving teenager caught up in a family drama, or is she a stone-cold killer who planned the ultimate payback for a big payout? Police need to find proof, or she and her fiancé could walk.
Police retrieve Paige and Trey's deleted cell phone correspondence going back a number of months.
Okay, man emoji, gun, scary skull, money bag. These are starting to make sense to me. That's scary that it does. But you don't have to be a millennial to figure out that these messages paint a pretty disturbing picture. They prove that Paige and Trey planned on killing Edward for the money. We have an emoji for that. It's a premeditation emoji.
She really hated him, man.
When the police confront Trey with the text message evidence, he breaks.
I mean, she was gonna give me this huge cut of the inheritance if I took out this hit.
You got played.
Turns out Paige's inheritance is actually only $5 million. Now that's not peanuts, but it still falls way short of her claim, and it buys her a lot fewer hairbands, that's for sure. It looks like Miss Emoji was the mastermind of this plan, but she convinced Mr. Gangsta Light to do the actual deed. And for that, I guarantee he'll be doing a long stint in a foreign prison.
Trey tells police what really happened that night. After the scene in the lobby, Edward and Paige had a talk.
Paige, you know, you're just too young to get married.
But Daddy, I've always been mature for my age. Okay, fine. So we'll have a long engagement. All the celebs do it. Yes, hi. I'll have a bottle of your most expensive champagne. Cristal, if you have it. No thanks.
Having put their bad blood behind them temporarily, Paige tells her father that the moment deserves a champagne toast. Paige's plan was simple. Trey and Paige are both charged and convicted of Edward's murder. They're both sentenced to 15 years in prison. During the trial, Paige shows no remorse for her father's murder, but true to form, she reveals all to the media via text message with a phone she sweet-talked from a fellow inmate.
Whoa, talk about emojis running high here. Allow me to translate. Paige claims her motive for killing her dad was revenge. Giselle's autopsy proved she died of a stroke, but in Paige's mind, her father killed her. And when he tried to end her relationship with Trey, in her mind, he became an evil monster. And for that, she was convinced he deserved to be punished. Kids might blame their parents for their unhappiness, but Paige crossed a line. She committed patricide, which isn't as uncommon as you may want to believe. So what do you think? entitled rich kid who snapped after her mother's death, or a stone-cold sociopath? If you have any thoughts, text me. But no emojis, please.
The events in this program are inspired by a true story. Names, dates, and details have been changed. Viewer discretion is advised. On this episode of Bizarre Murders,
That'll be $3, please.
a young woman dreams of a fairy tale life
Baby.
and does everything in her power to conceive it. But when a grisly discovery is made in her gelato shop, her dreams of happily ever after
Get out!
Jesus. Are shattered forever.
Can you take me to the border?
Brooklyn, New York, 2000. Vera is an ambitious young woman who works full-time at a daycare
Hi, how are you?
and part-time at an old-fashioned ice cream shop, satisfying both her love for children and ice cream.
Sure.
She dreams of falling in love with a handsome prince, building that white picket fence, and having lots of babies.
That'll be $3, please. You're so lucky. Thank you.
Scott is a regular patron of the ice cream parlor.
On the house.
Thank you.
He's an entrepreneur who's launching his own e-zine, and he has a soft spot for Vera. He drops by every day after dinner for his regular double scoop of mint chocolate chip on a sugar cone.
You look really nice.
Thank you.
Scott sweet talks Vera.
I brought you something.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Showering her with gifts and compliments.
God. Oh, they're beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Scott visits Vera every day.
I can't imagine my life without you.
Until just 1 month after they meet.
Will you marry me?
Throughout my career, I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of different folks. And what I've found out is that when people are so focused on some idyllic fairy tale life, they tend to overlook a lot of things like A, do they really know each other? And B, do they really know each other? I mean, these two young bucks are so in love with the idea of being in love. They have no problems getting hitched a mere month after meeting. So I'm asking you, is this a match made in heaven or a recipe for disaster?
Soon after their wedding, Vera and Scott focus on having a family. But after months of trying, they're still not pregnant. Vera has been vegetarian for years, but in an attempt to eat healthier and improve her chances of conceiving, she decides to make the final leap and become vegan.
For those of you not in the know, vegan basically means no animal products, which also means no dairy. This could prove problematic for a woman who serves ice cream for a living, kind of like an alcoholic working in a liquor store. What could go wrong?
Her newfound veganism means Vera can no longer indulge in her favorite pick-me-up.
Hey.
In an attempt to cheer her up, Scott plies her with presents.
Chocolate.
Scott. Chocolate has dairy in it.
It's Swiss.
But Scott is determined to be Vera's knight in shining armor.
Hey.
And presents her with a brilliant business plan. Scott tells Vera that he'll forego his e-zine venture.
What?
And instead use his money to set up a gelato shop.
I love the name.
He'll run the business, and she can make the gelato.
What do you say?
Yes.
Yeah?
You are the best.
At first, their partnership works like a charm.
Hi.
Business is booming,
What can I get for you?
and Vera pours everything she has into the gelato shop.
Thank you. Baby.
Should we close the shop early?
I think we should.
But after months of living and working together, their true colors come out.
Do you have to chew so loud?
Do you have to read so loud?
It was only a matter of time before these two really got to know each other. And the problem with marrying somebody a month after you meet them is eventually their mask falls to the ground and you're left with, well, the person you married. And you know what they say, happy wife, happy life.
Scott soon tires of Vera's obsessive vegan lifestyle
Seriously, Scott?
and loses interest in both Vera and her business. Scott's disdain for Vera's lifestyle ups the tension in their marriage.
Scott,
And in the bedroom.
are you in there?
Go away.
Despite the fact that Vera obviously can't stand Scott anymore, he's her ticket to motherhood and she's not giving up on her future children without a fight.
Oh, are you such a child?
Well, I know you are, but what am I?
When people really want something like a baby, it can cause them to do all sorts of things they normally wouldn't. But my advice for Vera in this situation is cut your losses.
I want a divorce, Scott.
Me too.
In the divorce settlement, Vera agrees to buy the business from Scott, and he agrees to move on to greener pastures.
Seems fair.
A quickie marriage that ends in a quickie divorce. This is my surprise face. Easy come, easy go, as they say. It seems that neither one of them are particularly upset that it didn't work out. They're young, they're attractive, there's a bunch more fish in the sea. Or flavors in the gelato shop, or, well, you get the picture.
With Scott out of the picture, Vera spends her time creating new vegan flavors for her shop. Until neighbors complain about the noise.
I'm so sorry about the noise. It's just my new mixer. I've been working on this flavor all night long. I'm really sorry. How about I offer you some gelato on the house?
Who can refuse that kind of apology, especially when it's accompanied by free gelato?
Thank you.
Kind of makes you wonder what's behind all that sugar and sweetness. And I'm not talking about the gelato.
Over the next few weeks, Vera actively searches online dating websites for the father of her future kids. When suddenly, a new customer walks in the door.
Hey.
Hi.
Sorry, don't I know you from the news the other day?
Oh, yeah, probably. I'm Justin.
Vera.
Nice to meet you, Vera.
Nice to meet you. What can I get you?
What do you recommend?
Well,
Justin is a vegan activist and a local celebrity in the movement against meat cause.
pomegranate kale.
I love kale.
Vera is immediately smitten.
On the house.
I like this house.
Vera sets her sights on Justin pretty soon after her divorce. From a psychological perspective, that can tell us a lot about her personality. Insecure, looking for validation, unable to be alone? Heck, I just check all of the above.
Thanks. Vera and Justin start dating as they bond over their shared vegan values.
Perfect.
And it doesn't take long before Vera invites Justin to move in.
It's perfect. I love it. I think this is the one we should print. You know, we can give out dozens to people during the marches and stuff. It's really good to have a partner on my quest. You know, to save the world from maniacal meat eaters.
It's important work. I'm glad we can do it together.
So you would think a girl like Vera might have learned a thing or two about diving headfirst into a relationship. But no. See, while she's still looking for her Prince Charming, what she really wants is a baby, which is why she refuses to take the blinders off. But the problem with tunnel vision is you can't see the curveballs coming.
The passion for their united cause spills over into the bedroom.
I love you.
You too.
What do you think about us having a baby?
Babe, my priority right now is the movement. A kid is the last thing I need.
This is exactly what I meant about curveballs. Vera just assumed that having a baby was at the top of the priority list for Justin. She never considered something like asking him if he wanted a baby before they moved in together. The danger in making assumptions is that 9 out of 10 times you're going to be wrong. That leads to disappointment, and inevitably, the gloves come off.
When Justin tells Vera he doesn't want a baby, her dreams of having a family are dashed.
Babe, hurry up. I have a protest this morning.
Okay.
But a desperate Vera refuses to take no for an answer and decides to take matters into her own hands. But the plumbing system is less than reliable in Vera's old apartment.
Babe, come here.
And Justin easily discovers her plan.
Is that your birth control? Yeah. This is totally deceptive and unethical.
Deceptive? All I wanted was a family. You promised me a family.
No, I didn't. You're delusional.
Justin!
Angry at Vera for trying to trick him into fatherhood, Justin puts the brakes on their sex life.
That just wasn't cool, babe. No. We need to focus on our emotional connection, not the physical.
After weeks of abstaining from sex, Justin's still not interested. Vera starts to get suspicious. Her worst fears are confirmed when she discovers he's been sexting with another woman.
What's this?
Babe, it's just an old friend.
Just an old friend? All I wanted was a baby. Why can't you give that to me?
What we have here is a classic case of disconnect between the fairy tale of the white picket fence and the reality, which is most guys don't want to have a baby with someone they've only known for 3 weeks.
Get out!
Jesus.
Probably not a lesson most people need to learn, But Vera is on a mission, and in her mind, the clock is ticking.
But the next day, it appears all is forgiven.
Thanks.
I trust your opinion.
Vera even asks Justin to sample a new flavor of gelato, pumpkin flaxseed folly.
Very good.
Good.
Thanks, babe.
After devouring the entire bowl of gelato, Justin suddenly becomes ill.
Babe, are you all right?
I don't feel good.
Unbeknownst to Justin, the newest flavor of gelato has been laced with arsenic.
You shouldn't have lied to me.
I didn't lie. Please. Help.
Justin dies a slow and painful death on the gelato shop floor.
So Vera definitely has an interesting problem-solving style. Women tend to favor poison as their weapon of choice because it's less messy and doesn't require strength to overcome their victim. But the motive behind this murder is unique. Vera poisons her boyfriend because he didn't want a baby and then refused to have sex with her. Very Henry VIII. I'd say Vera's displaying classic narcissistic tendencies with a dash of hypocrisy thrown in. See, she goes out of her way to save the animals of the world, but when it comes to killing another human being, she goes from 0 to 60 in a heartbeat.
After serving Justin his last taste of gelato, Vera proceeds to chop him into pieces.
You may not know this, and why should you, but cutting through a human body is akin to using a butter knife to split wood. It takes an incredible amount of strength. Vera's probably, 110 pounds soaking wet, but she was likely pumped up by adrenaline, which explains how she could dismember Justin limb by limb. The fact that she was so methodical and unfazed by the whole deal suggests she can disassociate from reality just a little too easily. And that's not good news for Vera's future boyfriends.
2 days after killing and disposing of Justin, Vera files a missing persons report.
When was the last time you saw your boyfriend?
It was a couple of days ago. We got in a fight, and he stormed out. I thought he'd be back by now. Or maybe he's left me for good.
I doubt that.
Vera charms the detective, playing the part of jilted lover to perfection.
Can I offer you one of our lemony lime tofu torpedoes? It's a house specialty.
Sure.
Okay.
Always open to new experiences.
Just before the detective leaves, Vera makes him one last offer.
Sure you don't want to check in the basement for bodies or anything?
I'll see ya.
Bye, detective.
The fact that Vera can joke about looking for bodies in the basement without batting an eye shows she's brazen. She's practically daring the cop to call her bluff. She's playing with him. People like that are even more dangerous because it means they have a blatant disregard for authority and no fear of consequences, which translates to, watch your back, guys.
With Justin out of the picture permanently, Vera goes back to the drawing board, looking for yet another Prince Charming. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Vera, a week after Justin has his last taste of gelato, a maintenance man has been called in to do work on her building.
Big surprise, those little air fresheners won't actually conceal the smell of a dead body. Think rotting meat mixed with a dirty diaper left out in the hot sun for a week. Believe me, even after 25 years in the Bureau, it's not a scent that I ever got used to it, and I can still smell it if I think about it.
When Detective Nelson arrives, he makes a grisly discovery.
Not one, but two mutilated bodies buried in pumpkin flaxseed gelato. We know she poisoned and chopped up her activist boyfriend, but who else did Vera have it in for?
Will you marry me?
Yes.
Vera and Scott got married only a month after meeting each other. They soon opened a vegan gelato shop together, and their love flourished. But Scott soon got bored of the business and his wife,
Scott.
and refused to give her the one thing she wanted in life.
Go away.
A child. After divorcing Scott, he refuses to move out. So Vera, determined to find the man of her dreams, goes full steam ahead.
What, you think you're gonna impress some loser wearing that?
She begins to date, while Scott hammers non-stop at her self-esteem.
Nothing but a cheap slut. No one is ever gonna want to have a baby with you. You'll be alone forever. Your stupid little store that doesn't make any money because it doesn't want to sell actual ice cream because you're an idiot.
As Scott dodges Vera, he hits his head on the corner of the fireplace.
Scott. Whoops. Vera's impulsive side got the better of her there, and yep, even though her intention wasn't to kill him, it's through her actions that he died. And in the eyes of the law, that's murder. It looks like this split-second decision might have been what kick-started Vera's killing career.
At first, Vera is horrified, but soon realizes Scott is finally gone from her life, for good. But the next morning, Vera's faced with a formidable task: how to get rid of the body.
If you ask me, killing your ex-husband and chopping up his body without shedding a tear is a textbook definition of a sociopath, which basically means she's completely devoid of empathy. In Vera's mind, she's got to cover up the fact that she's killed Scott, even if it was by accident. Most of us at this point would call the police and confess our sins, but not Fantastic Vera.
The bodies are identified as her ex-husband and boyfriend, who she reported missing a week ago. Detective Nelson issues a warrant for Vera's arrest for double murder.
Please, open up.
At this point, you might think Vera is going to wave the white flag. I mean, she's wanted for double homicide and the police are at her door. But a woman like Vera doesn't give up that easily. This wasn't part of her happily ever after scheme. But if there's one skill Vera possesses, it's an ability to think on her feet so she can easily switch lanes.
After finding Vera's apartment empty, Detective Nelson issues an all-points bulletin for Vera's arrest.
Could you take me to the airport, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Vera flees, heading to the closest airport.
That's Vera the Vixen. She's known around town as the animal rights activist.
Can you just turn the radio off? I hate the news.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Suddenly, she changes her mind.
My flight's canceled. Can you take me to the border?
All right.
Vera's instincts are good. She's smart to avoid the airport because police will put a hold on a person's passport as soon as they've issued a warrant for the arrest. They're going to be searching not only Vera's home, but every other place she's ever stepped foot in. So hightailing it out of the country could work in her favor.
All right.
12 hours later,
Wakey, wakey, we're here.
an exhausted Vera arrives in Canada.
That'll be $3,500.
And stiffs the cabbie.
Are you serious?
Sorry.
Come on. Are you?
And to ensure she looks nothing like her former self, Vera, forever the master manipulator, comes up with the best disguise ever.
Looks like all of Vera's dreams are finally coming true. But can she hold it all together, or will her former career as a killer gelato maker catch up with her?
It's been 6 months, and despite a nationwide hunt for the beautiful blonde, there have been no leads until...
Holy.
The taxi driver who drove Vera to Canada comes forward.
Detective Nelson,
He tells the detective that the woman wanted for double murder is hiding out north of the border.
Yeah, I dropped her off in Quebec. She said she couldn't pay. So I remember.
Free advice. It never pays to be cheap. Of all the men Vera charmed throughout the years, she overlooked the one man who could bring her down, her taxi driver.
With the cabbie's help, Detective Nelson tracks down Vera in Canada.
Just a minute.
So, we meet again.
So we do, Detective.
Looks like you've been busy. All right, turn around.
Scott was immature. I mean, he still lived with me after the divorce. And he pissed me off. So I took a swing at him, and he fell. Kind of made the rest easy.
Vera freely admits to killing both her ex-husband
Justin would have been good
and her former boyfriend, Justin,
if he wasn't a cheater.
and disposing of their bodies in the basement of her gelato shop.
Why would you do that to someone you love?
They didn't give me what I wanted.
What was that?
A baby.
Vera is a narcissist who likely suffers from manipulative behavior disorder, so when neither guy could give her what she wanted, they ended up 6 feet under. The scary part is this woman was perfectly sane and didn't suffer from psychotic delusions, which in layman's terms means she knew what she was doing.
Vera is convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole.
Hi, baby.
While in prison, she gives birth to a healthy baby girl, whom she names Buttercup.
You're gonna be so big and so strong.
Her dreams of being a mother
Just like your mama.
finally realized.
Time's up.
Please, just one more minute.
You know the rules.
I'll see you soon.
Not exactly the vision of motherhood Vera had in mind. Most people who can't have a baby either visit a fertility clinic or adopt. Instead, Vera took matters into her own hands, and when she didn't get what she wanted from her fellas, she chopped them up into little bitty pieces. Now she'll spend the rest of her life alone with no chance of getting that white picket fence. It just goes to show that killing people to get your fairy tale life doesn't pay off. And I guess that's the problem. When you build your dreams on a mountain of gelato, it eventually melts and you're left with nothing. It looks like Vera finally got her just desserts.
The events in this program are inspired by a true story. Names, dates, and details have been changed. Viewer discretion is advised. On this episode of Bizarre Murders, when a beloved matriarch disappears without a trace.
Why would she leave her car here?
Her family thinks something terrible has happened. But when investigators find no evidence of foul play,
This could be the answer.
her brother turns to an unconventional source for help. Will the gift of second sight lead to a revelation or bitter disappointment? Francine, the head of a family-run maple syrup business, hasn't been seen in 24 hours. Her car has been found abandoned, but no sign of Francine. The last anyone heard, she was drinking and playing the slots at the Palais de Folie.
Off to the casino, huh? Oh, well, why would she leave her car here?
She'd probably had a few and called a boyfriend to pick her up before getting on the highway. It's happened before. I'll drive it back to my place. Merci, Inspector.
Francine and her family have been in the maple syrup business for generations. She's made a small fortune through hard work and keeping her people close. Her younger brother Antoine runs the day-to-day operations.
Let's see what the LeBeaus have to say about these numbers, huh?
And keeps the peace with local rivals and politicians.
Don't forget your syrup. Don't put it all on one set of pancakes, eh? Yes.
Robert, Francine's nephew, didn't quite inherit the family's knack for the business.
Merde!
And he can't afford to lose a drop of product. Despite his best efforts,
Tabarouette!
his sugar bush just isn't yielding enough sap to meet Francine's strict family quota.
Come on! What was that, huh? You can't even skate!
It's a raucous family, but Francine runs it like she runs her business.
So we put it on! Come on! That cool, Toronto!
Why don't you set it to get me another Ryan Ginger?
We.
There's no doubt about who's in charge.
Hurry up, Antoine!
Yeah, hurry up! I'm coming!
It may look all joie de vivre, but you don't need to be a cop to know that every family has simmering tensions below the surface. You see, Francine is head of the family and boss of the family business. They all depend on her for their jobs. And Francine's a tough coach. You didn't bring in your syrup quota? Penalty. Get lippy or out of line? Benched. Maybe for good.
What are you doing now? Oh, come on, man!
So everyone's just a little bit afraid of old Francine.
Francine works hard, but she plays just as hard. She's famous for having a good time. Her week-long benders are legendary. A blur of rye, men, any luck? And money.
Inspector! Inspector!
Francine has now been gone for 3 days, and her brother Antoine thinks something's wrong.
You know Francine, huh? My sister...
The night her car was found, she was supposed to meet him for some poutine and business talk.
I wait there for hours, she not show up. I've been calling her for 3 days now. She no answer, nothing.
So, Antoine, so she may be out just having a good time and she forgot to call home. I mean, what makes you think something bad has happened to her?
You don't understand, Inspector. She calls always. She cannot make it for dinner, let alone gone for 3 days. Not so much as hello, I'm safe.
Antoine, you know your sister. She has the reputation. She likes to party a lot.
We.
She doesn't come home sometimes. We all know that. Look, sooner or later, she'll come to her senses and she'll come home. Antoine, if I hear anything, I'll call you. All right?
So here we have a lady who really knows how to sin and who's gone MIA before. The thing is, if you're a grown-up, it isn't against the law to drop out of sight and get your family all worried. Most of the time, nothing has even gone down. When I was at the Bureau, we only designated maybe 15% of all missing persons cases as involuntary, as in kidnapped or killed. Sometimes people just want to get away from it all, and there's nothing you or the cops can do.
A week after Antoine reports his sister missing, a newspaper article grabs his attention.
Hello? This could be the answer.
A bank teller in Montreal named Alice recently led police to a missing child she'd seen on TV. She claims she can tune into someone's whereabouts if she sees a picture of them. But not everyone in Francine's family is as enthusiastic as Antoine.
Psychics are full of merde.
What do we have to lose, eh? She found that boy, we?
Antoine sends Alice a photograph of Francine, as well as some of her personal belongings. Using these items, Alice tunes into Francine.
Hey, babe. Hey, babe. How's it going?
She comes out of her trance with a cryptic message.
This is Alice. Do the letters C-R-K mean anything to you?
God, Liz, those are the letters on Francine's license plate. How did you know that?
I got a vision. I think I can help you find her. Have a good day.
Antoine is so impressed with Alice's vision, he buys her a bus ticket to Laurierville.
Alice.
Antoine.
Bonjour.
It's a pleasure.
As an investigator who deals in nothing but the facts, ma'am, I cringe, and I mean I really cringe when these people enter the picture. They're usually in it for the attention and the money. But even I have to admit that Alice doesn't seem like your typical psychic. First of all, she works at a bank, not a strip mall. No crystal balls, no flowing robes, no 1-800 number, and oh yeah, she doesn't charge for her services. Like I said, she's not your typical psychic. And if it gives you hope, why not? Just beware.
Having no luck when they went to where Francine's car was found, Alice's next stop is Robert's Sugar Shack.
Francine is leaving us a trail of clues. She's telling me to come here. We must follow the mystic breadcrumbs.
Oh! I've been it!
You're not looking for a missing person. You're looking for a body. Francine's been brutally murdered.
It's an impressive performance, but it's not a surprise because that's what psychics do. They ham it up and explain away anything they're wrong about by saying their insights are open to interpretation. Alice could be making a calculated guess about what happened to Francine. It's what we call cold reading your audience, and it can be pretty convincing. But guesswork or not, the fact is, Francine's still missing and the family needs answers. And you gotta wonder, is Alice taking them all for a ride, a cruel ride, or could this psychic actually be on the right path?
With no evidence of foul play in Francine's disappearance, the police say their hands are tied. But armed with Alice's shocking psychic vision, Antoine tries once again to convince them to investigate.
Look, without any evidence, my hands are tied.
There may not be any hard evidence, but Alice's visions point to something bad happening.
I saw it clear as day, Inspector. Someone has blood on their hands.
Uh-huh. These are those magic visions, right? Okay.
It makes sense, Inspector. That explains why Francine never came home that night.
So does a few Ryan Gingers.
Maybe it was a competitor. You know, Francine has been feuding with that no-good idiot Leblanc over his price fixing.
Okay, I'll look into it. But And no disrespect, lady. Go easy on the hocus pocus.
I must go wherever my visions lead me, Inspector.
All right, let's hear about those visions.
We were in a sugar shack when I had the vision.
You can't really blame the cops in a situation like this. I mean, if we treated every hunch, opinion, whim, or especially a psychic vision as a credible lead, we'd be too busy following up on junk to catch anyone. It's not that we don't feel for the family, we do. It's just that our job is to follow the evidence.
Ouais, c'est Boucher. Je veux confirmer que Leblanc, là, il était-il au...
When Inspector Boucher looks into the alibi of Francine's rival LeBlanc, it checks out.
Chartrand, lui. OK. Non, c'est tout pour l'instant. Merci beaucoup.
He was at the local maple syrup festival.
Ah oui, c'est beau. Ici.
Inspector Boucher then tries to track Francine's movements through her bank and phone records. He's stymied.
Now, Francine, où êtes-vous? Just sober up and come home already. Make my life easier.
Francine is so old-fashioned, she doesn't have a cell phone and always carries a lot of cash. And there's just no way to keep track of her whereabouts. The next day, determined to solve the mystery, Alice, Antoine, and Robert go back to his sugar shack.
I can feel her presence. Is this new?
I spilled some syrup the other day. I cleaned it up. It happens all the time.
Francine. She's here.
Robert's had enough of Alice and her visions and orders her back to Montreal. Alice reluctantly agrees. But before she leaves, she pays a visit to Antoine.
I did want to let you know, I feel like Robert knows more than he's letting on.
He has been acting weird ever since you got here. Like you spooked him when you were drawn to his sugar shack. You don't think Robert had anything to...
Just keep an eye on him.
Oui.
So Psychic Alice has been sent packing like a crystal ball rubbing busybody, and still no one knows if Francine's fallen victim to anything more serious than a bad hangover.
Robert.
But Antoine needs to believe that Alice's visions could actually reveal the truth about Francine. She's his only hope. But as they say, hope for the best, plan for the worst.
The police have uncovered no leads as to Francine's whereabouts, and the case is stalling. But Francine's brother Antoine refuses to give up. The police finally have to admit that she's been gone too long to simply be on a boozing binge.
You had to drop le puck into the game for real. Now, Inspector, something terrible has happened to Francine. Huh? I can feel it. Why would she just take off and let her business go down the tube, huh? It don't make no sense.
Antoine fills the inspector in on Alice's suspicions about Robert and his own.
He hides out in his sugar shack, doing nothing. Doesn't even seem to care that Francine is missing. I'm telling you, Alice is right. Robert, he knows something.
100 miles away in Montreal, Alice continues to be tormented by the visions of violence.
Oui, hello?
To Alice's surprise, it's Inspector Boucher. He says the case has gone cold and he'll take any help he can get.
I'll be in Laurierville as soon as I can. have to take me seriously. When I
Back in Laurierville, things immediately get heated between Alice and Robert.
somebody important in your life.
What is she even doing here? Caliste sacrament.
I had another vision. I think I know what happened to Francine.
What? Abduction by aliens? Bigfoot, peut-être? Maybe call Mulder et Scully.
You see, Inspector? He's acting très bizarre.
All right, look, if you want, I'll ask Robert to take a polygraph test. But you'll have to take one too.
Ben oui.
Inspector, I think I know what happened to...
All in good time, madame.
Roll your eyes if you want, but even if we think they're full of, merde, psychics can serve a purpose. They don't solve anything, but if they reassure the family, then they're a useful tool in the investigative toolbox. Why? They keep the family off your back.
As Antoine passes his test with flying colors, there's no sign of Robert.
Polygraphs are another tool in our arsenal. The purpose of a poly isn't just to detect if someone's lying, it's to point out inconsistencies in their story. If someone refuses to outright take one, it looks fishy, but if someone says they'll do it and then backs out, well, that's a huge red flag, and Robert is now on Boucher's radar.
Do you know where Robert is?
Monsieur Inspecteur, now may I show you what I saw? That is where you will find Francine's body.
That is the lightning tree. It's a few miles up the road. It was struck by lightning 95.
Alice's drawing is of a place only locals would know about. Even Inspector Boucher has to admit that Alice's latest vision is worth checking out.
Alice hasn't quite won over the skeptical investigator, but she's got his attention. More importantly for Boucher, Robert's just shined a light on himself by blowing off a lie detector test. So Boucher comes up with a plan. If he plays Alice and Robert off against each other, maybe Robert will reveal what, if anything, he knows about Francine's disappearance.
You were supposed to be at the polygraph. You never showed up.
When the inspector questions Robert about why he skipped the polygraph...
I forgot. I'm sorry. Can I reschedule? I have things to do today, but perhaps later the week, tomorrow.
I'll tell you what. Why don't I drive you to the station right now?
But instead of going to police headquarters, Inspector Boucher drives Robert out of town and confronts him at the place Alice saw in her vision. The place where she says they'll find Francine.
Keep going.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? What is this?
Does this look familiar to you?
No. I've never seen this place.
Lies. Antoine, start digging.
No! Stop! Stop!
Whatever this place is, it has a dramatic effect on Robert. He breaks down and begs to be taken to police headquarters.
I have something to tell you.
Let's go. Robert, back there you said you had something to say. So why don't you start talking?
I didn't mean to do anything. It just happened. I panicked. Merde.
Take your time, Robert.
Robert tells Inspector Boucher that he'd been stealing syrup from Francine for months and selling it on the black market.
Remember, maple syrup is liquid gold in this part of the world. Stealing it is kind of like tapping into a whiskey distillery in Scotland. It's a very big deal.
Selling to other people! You think I wouldn't notice your fisty foot? Tout est fini, fini! You'll never see another dime from me, cochon.
Look, you don't cross someone like Francine. Besides the money, she's gonna banish Robert from the family forever. She'll take everything from him and leave him alone in the gutter, a total disgrace. That'd make anyone snap.
Yeah!
Oh no. Merde!
After killing Francine, Robert realized he had to come up with a believable story to explain her disappearance. With Francine's body hidden away, he drives her car to a spot where he knows the police will find it and places himself there to deflect suspicion.
Robert didn't intend to murder Francine. It's what we call an impulse kill. But those are not random. There's intense passion, a buildup of anger or jealousy that explodes when someone's reached their limit. And Robert had clearly reached his.
I thought you'd never suspect.
Robert thought he bought himself some time when the police assumed Francine was at the casino, where she spends most Friday nights.
But then, that witch shows up. I thought the license plate thing was just a coincidence, but then she saw my sugar shack.
Here.
Even though he assumed all psychics were scam artists, when Alice claimed she knew Francine had been murdered, Robert got scared that somehow she knew he killed her.
Oh!
Maybe it was a competitor. You know, Francine has been feuding with that no-good idiot Leblanc.
He told Inspector Boucher to look into Francine's competitor as a desperate distraction. When Alice sensed where Robert had hidden Francine in the sugar shack, he panicked and moved the body before they could find it. Robert thought he outmaneuvered Alice, but he still couldn't shake the feeling she could see right through him. He started to crack, and the only solution was to get Alice out of the picture.
Psychic or no psychic, Robert still has one small problem. Eventually, the cops get wise to the casino story, and then, surprise, Alice is back in town and breathing down his neck. The truth is closing in on him from all sides.
I don't know how she knows these things. I don't care. Just keep her away from me.
Okay, Robert. You're under arrest. Stand up, please.
His plan was to take over Francine's sugar bush until it became clear Francine wouldn't be coming back. Eventually, she'd be declared legally dead, and he'd stand to inherit it and part of the family fortune.
I've heard a lot of confessions, but this one's in a class of its own. Most people fess up because they know you've got enough evidence to put them away, and they want to cop a plea deal. Robert, on the other hand, gives it up because he's scared witless, not of cops, but of a psychic. Oh, that's beautiful. Even Alice didn't see that one coming.
Francine's body is recovered near the lightning tree, exactly where Alice said it would be.
Am I gonna win?
Oh, fuck, spectacle.
Alice goes back to Montreal, her first murder case wrapped up. She's on her way to a new career as a psychic detective. The word psychic is never mentioned in Inspector Boucher's report. She's simply referred to as a confidential informant. But her involvement helps put Robert away for 30 years.
How did she know? How did she know?
Not something you hear about every day, is it? A psychic tipping the scales in a murder investigation. Cops and clairvoyants, yeah, strange bedfellows. And don't get me wrong, we do not make a habit of reading tea leaves. But sometimes, just sometimes, you catch a break in a case that's so out of left field, you wonder if there's something more to police work than gathering hard evidence. I mean, we investigators follow our instincts all the time. Is that so different from what a psychic like Alice does? We sweat our suspects, and Alice certainly put a cold sweat on Robert. He just couldn't take it anymore. You might say he got tapped out. I can't explain how she did it. I deal with the law of the land, not the laws of the universe. But whether you're a believer or a skeptic, one thing's for sure, justice will catch up to you, one way or another.
The events in this program are inspired by a true story. Names, dates, and details have been changed. Viewer discretion is advised. On this episode of Bizarre Murders. On the surface, wealthy plastic surgeon James and his homemaker wife, Julia, are the picture-perfect power couple. But behind closed doors, they both wrestle with personal demons.
Who's Miss Triple X?
When their marriage hits the rocks, detectives must look for a mysterious plus-size lady.
All right.
Who's dressed to kill. Seattle, Washington, a city blessed with natural beauty.
We'll lift a little here.
But for some citizens, natural is a relative term.
While we're at it, take care of that neck. It's quite a waddle you have.
James is a respected plastic surgeon with a very successful practice.
Can you please come in here for a moment?
His wife, Julia, is a happy homemaker and devoted mother to their only child, Isabel.
Isabel has her riding lesson at 4 o'clock. Can you please make sure she's properly attired?
James earns the big bucks, and Julia runs the household. It's 1984, so it's not that unusual a setup. On the surface, they appear to be playing their roles perfectly. But looks can be deceiving.
Hello?
You know, I don't like to be kept waiting.
James has a reputation for being a strict taskmaster.
I was in the bathroom.
I bet you were taking a bubble bath, getting ready to see your secret lover later.
James, please. I've got errands to run.
You know, it seems like Dr. James is not just a taskmaster, but controlling and a little bit paranoid. But I guess it comes with the territory. I mean, I might be paranoid if I had to please wealthy and potentially litigious clients. Or could it be he's not paranoid and Julia is actually having an affair? Can you blame her?
But there was a time when James wasn't always so in control. As for Julia, she was a free spirit who dreamed of becoming a painter. But she suffered from dramatic mood swings that she managed by self-medicating with Quaaludes and Benzedrine.
You gotta be careful with uppers like Benny's and downers like Ludes because you don't want to go up when you need to go down and down when you need to go up. Not that I would know. I mean, back in '77, I'd just bought my first Farrah Fawcett poster. But back to Julia and James. The thing with addicts, even the so-called high-functioning types, is they rely on their fix to get them through the day. The balancing act lasts only so long.
Hi, my name is Gail, and I'm an addict.
Hi, Gail.
Hi, Gail.
Julia and James meet at a Narcotics Anonymous meeting. Even though it's against the rules to date while in Narcotics Anonymous, James and Julia can't resist one another. In the midst of kicking their habits, their relationship takes an unexpected turn.
A baby?
After a shotgun wedding, James opens his own plastic surgery clinic and expects Julia to quit her job and raise their child. But a few years into their picture-perfect marriage, cracks start to appear.
You're wearing that. Where's the Halston?
I thought this would be more appropriate for tonight.
Appropriate for what? A hoedown?
If I ever talk to my wife like that, Well, I don't, because waiting for the other shoe to drop makes me nervous. Anyway, Dr. James is what we call a dry drunk. His fix is controlling every aspect of his life, especially his wife. And as for Julia, well, she became a homemaker for this guy. She may love the money, but I can bet she's not loving the price she's having to pay.
Go change. We're going to be late.
No, I like this dress. Then you can stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Get ready, ladies. Here we go. 1, a 2, a 1, 2 step together. Yes.
Julia, no longer content to play the role of happy homemaker that James expects, starts asserting her independence.
Now watch me for the pony. Pony.
Bethlehem Rubik, Serafina speaking. How can I help you become your most fabulous self?
Put my wife on the phone now. Julia's getting her groove back, and for a guy with James' ego and weaknesses, if he's losing control over his wife, then that makes him terrified he's losing control of his life.
She's teaching a class right now. Call back.
Who's the man? You are the man. Who is the man? You are the man.
When someone with James' coping mechanisms, or lack of them, is scared, they don't just run and hide. No, they come out swinging.
Well, if it isn't my little Jane Fonda home from another long day of leg lifts.
James, your material's getting old. Why don't you do your act for somebody that cares?
Are you forgetting who pays your way?
James, stop.
Or what, you'll leave? I've heard that before, honey. You wouldn't last a minute without my money. And you won't get Izzy. She can do better than a mother who neglects her.
You want to play dirty? Careful, because I'm ready to roll around in the mud.
I don't know where my wife is. Leave me alone, for Christ's sakes.
A successful surgeon and his beautiful wife make a pretty picture. But from the looks of the bedroom and the aftermath of their fight, it's a whole other story. It's possible Julia has taken off to cool down, or she's making plans to leave for good.
When Julia misses her aerobics classes that afternoon, her boss, Serafina, is concerned and goes to the police.
This is not like Julia. Her husband hated her working, like hated. You should hear the way he speaks to her.
All right, what is it you want me to do?
Find Julia!
What if I could? I'm just telling you there are procedures.
James might be controlling and verbally abusive, but while that's repulsive, it's not enough to open an investigation, yet. A person can't be declared officially missing until they've been gone at least 48 hours, and police will only conduct a search if they believe the disappearance is suspicious.
A few days later, detectives get a call from a gas station attendant.
I was just taking out the trash, man. Honest.
Uh-huh. Julia, huh?
With 48 hours passed and the discovery of her ID, Julia is now officially considered a missing person. In the same bag as the ID, detectives find rope and nail clippers with what looks like dried blood on them, and an assortment of women's garments, all sized extra, extra large.
I know, right?
That's a whole lot of woman. Julia is petite, so I'd rule out the wardrobe as being hers, but whoever it does belong to could be involved with her disappearance or has knowledge of her whereabouts. The nail clippers are gonna need to be tested, because if the blood on them is a match to Julia, well, that might be evidence she was taken against her will. But before police go hunting for a Rubenesque mystery woman with colorful taste, they need to start closer to home. the first person they're going to want to talk to is the husband.
Detectives want to know why James didn't report Julia as missing.
It's not the first time she's done this. The last time she abandoned her car behind a video rental store.
Well, how do you explain her ID found with a pile of garments that, shall we say, should have belonged to someone with more generous proportions?
Absolutely no idea. All right. We had a fight. I found some used condoms behind the bed, so I confronted her. My guess is she ran away with her new lover. It's Julia's, in case you need a scent for the sniffer dogs.
This guy is so caring, it gets me right there. But giving cops your wife's blouse to get a scent for search dogs isn't the weirdest thing I've ever run across during any kind of investigation. In fact, I had this one guy who claimed to have a split personality, only the other personality was a dog. And I don't speak Rottweiler. Well, bits and pieces, but not fluent. So James has answers for all the police's questions, but as a cop, when you've got the scent of something that doesn't feel quite right, you gotta follow your nose and see where it takes you.
Detective Falco talks with Serafina, hoping she can shed some more light on Julia's whereabouts.
I told you something was up, but you didn't listen.
All right. You know what? I'm listening now. I'm all ears. Did she have any secrets? Okay. Look, her husband came to me. He indicated that she might be having something on the side.
What? Jimmy Boy's the one with the secrets. Julia told me everything.
Serafina tells detectives that Julia got suspicious that her husband was having an affair. She broke into a chest that James forbade her to touch, looking for evidence.
Don't touch those.
Who's Miss Triple X, huh?
They are not Triple X.
Whatever. But they are cheap.
Okay then, big lady's underwear. It's becoming a theme. But what exactly James is doing with a bunch of women's clothes in a locked chest in his bedroom is a mystery. Or is it? Could it be just a little kinky?
Fool denied that he was cheating on her, and he even commanded her to stop breaking into his guilty treasures box.
Oh, sorry. Want one?
I don't do candy.
Suit yourself. All right, so you have any other information about Julia leaving her husband?
Yeah.
Serafina reveals that Julia had been planning her exit for some time, stashing away money and looking for an apartment for her and Isabel.
She was really gonna do it this time, even though she was petrified. Because if James found out, oh Lord.
You have to tell me where you're disappearing all night.
Me?
Yes.
Julia confessed to Serafina that she and James argued, and that he was becoming more and more violent and paranoid.
Can your lover buy you all new clothes? No?
Serafina tells police that Julia couldn't bear the constant threat of abuse and violence.
I swear to you, there's no lover!
That's got us smart, and it looked like real silk, too. Julia's adamant she's not cheating, but James is not buying it. But that could be a classic misdirect. If you're the one having the affair, then you go on the offensive to shake any suspicion. All those big lady clothes, they make you wonder, could James have a mistress and they did something to take Julia out of the picture? But until police find Julia, it's only a theory.
But then, detectives catch a break. They get a call that a body has been found behind a video arcade that matches Julia's description. The body is officially ID'd as Julia.
From the state of decomposition, I'd say Julia has been dead more than a few days. So that puts it right around the time her husband claims she ran off with another guy. Now that they have Julia's body, they need to trace how it got there. And back in '84, when I started in the Bureau, forensics was a lot less high-tech, but the same rules applied. You want to solve a murder, you start with what the body tells you.
The autopsy concludes that Julia's cause of death was suffocation. The red fibers on her body turn out to be satin. And the towel Julia was wrapped in is determined to be a rare and expensive brand from Turkey. When police search the house, they discover a pillow with a trace of blood on it. Under the bed, they find a towel that is an exact replica of the one Julia's body was wrapped in.
You say, Steve, why not check the DNA? Well, back in '84, DNA profiling was just being developed. Nobody had ever even used it in a case. So to make a case in the '80s, it took more legwork. Every single piece of evidence has to conclusively connect to the crime. Back then, we just couldn't wave the DNA wand.
Thank you.
When the fibers on the pillow were tested, they're found to be a match for those found on Julia's body. And the blood on the pillow is Julia's blood type. That's enough for police to bring James in for questioning. But they can't find him anywhere. They search his bank records and discover that James has been withdrawing huge amounts of cash. They're worried he's planning on fleeing the country. Police managed to track James down at his travel agents.
What do you say we make like a stripper?
Absolutely not. I know my rights.
Actually, James, you don't. It's not uncommon for the police to ask people taken into custody to strip down. In this case, it's a chance to photograph any injuries, tattoos, or scars that can be key in their investigation. If James is hiding any cuts, bruises, or markings, the hope is they can be linked to Julia's murder.
The police identify recent scarring on James's torso and a little something else.
Yes, I am the big lady.
Oh, you're a big something, James. I gotta admit, I didn't see that coming. So the lingerie at the gas station and the secret trunk all belong to James. My question is, where did he get that little lacy number? It's cute. Not on him. There is no mystery lady. James, the dominant, controlling plastic surgeon, is a crossdresser. Talk about a not-so-sweet transvestite. Cross-dressing comes from the man's desire to explore his feminine side, and for many guys, it's an outlet for stress. The more tension at work or home, the more they want to dress up. With his marriage on the rocks, his addiction, and the stress of keeping his cross-dressing a secret, well, James was probably one big hot mess. But big panties alone don't prove that he killed his wife. The police need more evidence to make a murder charge stick.
So tell me, have you ever seen this guy before?
Yeah, man. That dude was a real jerk.
Turns out, on the same day Julia's body was found, James went to the gas station to get his car detailed.
He was mucho particular with his trunk being spotless.
I'll bet he was, and I'll bet he didn't tip either, but Mick just nailed the last piece into place. The evidence against James is coming together. The fibers on Julia's body match the pillow at the house that's got her blood on it. She was wrapped in the exact same towel found in the house. Serafina's statement sets up James' threatening behavior, and Mick puts James at the gas station with his car the day of Julia's disappearance. And I'll bet, just a bet, when they examine the car trunk, they're gonna find more evidence. Now, if the police can get James to confess, they can tie this case up with a nice big bow.
Hello, it's been an hour. What's going on? Finally. Thank you. Though I would have preferred a sparkling water.
Oh, would you? James, it's time for you to stop yammering and listen up for a change.
Detective Falco lays out all the evidence they have tying James to Julia's death.
We swept the trunk. There are traces of Julia's hair and blood all over it. We got you dead to rights, man. Anything to say?
Fine. Yes, I did it. But it was in self-defense.
Now, how did he come up with that one? Well, I'll bet James likes to watch cop dramas when he's not doing tummy tucks and facelifts. My money's on Cagney and Lacey. No, Miami Vice. That show was awesome.
What about the lingerie? What about the wig?
Leave this alone.
Tell me, James.
Leave it alone.
James admits he and Julia were arguing like they always did, but then she got ugly.
I know what you are. Don't deny it. How could you? What if people find out? We'll be laughingstocks.
Julia, please, I beg you.
Julia's reaction to James' big secret is not unusual. This was the early 80s after all, and people were a little bit less accepting about men dressing like women. James' shame at being found out and being rejected by his wife must have been too much for this control freak to bear.
I won't let you ruin my life.
In fear of his life, James says he acted out of instinct. He claimed that after he killed Julia, he put her in the car and tried to bury the body at a friend's country house. But that didn't work out, so he parked the car for the weekend before he finally found a dumpster.
She just didn't understand. She was so small town. I had to destroy my best bra and panty set because of her. Can I please get that sparkling water?
James has spilled his big lacy secret, but so far they've only got his side of the story. Unless Julia can speak up from the grave.
Hi, Detective.
But evidence from an unexpected source threatens to blow that claim out of the water.
Where did you get this?
It's from Julia.
Julia sent a letter to her boss the day before her death.
Turns out, Julia was planning to use the evidence of James' cross-dressing to blackmail him. Apparently, she'd known about his fancy for women's lingerie for a while. She was threatening to blow his cover if he didn't give her a divorce, alimony, and full custody of their child. Blackmail is a really strong motive for murder. His professional reputation was on the line. He was terrified of losing everything: his career, his money, the life he built. And given his control issues, violent behavior, and the deep shame he felt about his cross-dressing fetish, Julia was playing with fire.
With the help of the letter, police pieced together what likely happened that night.
No, don't go in there. Julia!
Julia finally had enough of James's paranoia and abuse and decided to fight back.
Blushing bride, French maid, oh, my favorite. the naughty nurse.
Do not touch those.
Be my guest. I've got copies. I want a divorce. And if you try to take Izzy away from me, I will not hesitate to use them in court.
You think you can threaten me?
Julia is counting on James giving in to her threat, but instead, he snaps.
Do not lose. Don't you forget it.
Upon further analysis, the medical examiner rules that James's wounds were self-inflicted with nail clippers.
James tried to make it look like Julia attacked him, but good old-fashioned detective work and science got the better of him. Even though DNA wasn't around as a technique in '84, forensics did the job of tying him to the crime, and James' self-defense claim is shut down. Wonder if he's got a special prison ensemble in his wardrobe. An orange, maybe?
James is charged with second-degree murder. But on the way to his first court appearance, James collapses. He's rushed to hospital, where he dies.
Turns out that James had terminal cancer, and he knew his days were numbered. He was so terrified of losing his status as the rich, successful surgeon that he was willing to do whatever it took to keep it, including murder. But in the end, he wasn't even around to care. He didn't go through a public trial that exposed his cross-dressing secret. So he got to keep his precious reputation and get out of serving hard time for killing Julia. It's kind of the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card. Jeez, the lengths some people will go to.